Good evening. If everyone could just take a moment to silence their cell phones. Welcome to the Asheville City Council meeting. We've had a long winter break, so we're getting back into the groove here. If everyone would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First item on our agenda is our employee recognitions, and I'm going to hand it over to our city manager, Gary Jackson.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. We have several members of staff we would like to invite into the council chambers at this time from the transit department. If they would come in at this time, we would like to recognize everyone. Mayor and council members, please come on in. Mayor and council members, on a quarterly basis, we highlight extraordinary accomplishments by our city family. Our employees do great things, receive national recognitions, receive state recognitions. These are for events, activities, the way they handle specific projects, and in some cases, it is a recognition of a cumulative effort of entire departments or entire programs. It is our pleasure tonight to recognize a number of teams. The first team I would like to recognize, and for those who are not already standing, could we have all the transit employees that are here tonight please stand up? Everybody? Very good. The award is for our ISO. This is the International Standards Award. And what we do as a department, the transit department goes through and they comply with this international agency's efforts to evaluate your commitment to environmental management. And so there are, in this particular case, you're required to have training, you're required to have standards of operation, which put the environment and our operations to be the most efficient they can be, to be as safe as they can possibly be, and to contribute to a clean environment. And so when it comes to operations like a water system or a transit operation where we have an extensive carbon impact, we want to make sure that we operate this with the least impact on the environment and with the best practices in the business. There are, for this certification, that nationally there are 12 agencies in the whole country that receive this certification. In our region, there are 3. They are our regional Asheville water system, the Metropolitan Sewer District, and here tonight we're to celebrate the transit, ART, and their accomplishment of achieving this. So could we all give them our applause and for each of their contributions? Well, we would allow everybody to make a comment, but I think if it pleases the council, if we could just allow people to come up and introduce themselves and what their job title is, and then we'll make room for other people to come into the council chambers. So one at a time, starting over here. Let's come on up and introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Akeem Scott, and I am driver supervisor, and I do training as well.
Hello, my name is Dwayne Dryman. I'm one of the mechanics in the shop.
My name is Wesley Logan, and I'm a service employee.
My name is Derek Hennessy. I'm one of the supervisors.
Hello, my name is Eli Bernshenko, and I'm a mechanic helper.
My name is Jerry Coslin. I'm City Staff Transit Projects Coordinator and Environmental Management Representative.
My name is LaShine Abraham, just recently Abraham, and I am Driver Dispatch Supervisor.
My name is Roseanne Christian, and I'm the General Manager.
Sam Bird, Supervisor.
Janet George, Mayor, Department of Transportation.
My name's Ronnie Payne. I'm the Maintenance Director for the Transit System.
My name is Tony Rathbone. I'm with Facilities Maintenance.
My name is Kirby Smithson with the Sustainability Office.
Maria Echeverri, Transportation Planning Manager.
Sean Spiller, Transportation Intern.
Thanks again for allowing us to introduce everybody. It's a special moment for them and hopefully for their families who may be watching here tonight. It doesn't happen every day, so this is a wonderful recognition. The second recognition I want to make is for an award that we received from the City County Communications and Marketing Association. As everyone should know, last year the city launched a very dramatic graffiti removal program. And we did this with the firm direction of mayor and council, put it together in 90 days, and to begin the program of cleaning up the city. And everyone knows that if you're going to mobilize that quickly and communicate expectations of so many property owners and so many citizens, it's important to have an excellent communication program. In this particular case, whether you agree with the program or not, it was very helpful to lay out the guidelines, what needed to happen, what property owners' obligations were, what we were doing in terms of offenders, and make a difference in terms of our communications, both on our website, both in media, et cetera, et cetera. Well, I'm pleased to tell you that city staff who worked on this initiative not only did a great job in the field, but also we received an excellence award from the City County Communications and Marketing Association. So I would like to bring forward the folks who led the cleanup efforts in Public Works and were instrumental in managing the program and putting the website and the tracking devices that were in place so that you could see online how we were doing with the program. So if I could call forward everybody that wants to come in at this time. This is one of those where it required some tech savvy, some marketing expertise, as well as some get-her-done folks out there in the field making sure that it worked. So with that, if we could give this group recognition for their accomplishments, and then I'll allow them to introduce themselves as well.
Tim Reimers, Network and Telecommunications Engineer.
Hey, I'm Cameron Carlisle. I work in IT. Hi there, I'm Scott Barnwell. I also work in IT, the Business and Public Technology program.
Chris Daniels, Labor Crew Coordinator, Public Works.
Hey, Brad Hunter, Compliance Officer for Graffiti Crew.
Thank you.
Good evening, Vicki Haskell, Special Projects Coordinator for Public Works.
Joey Robinson, Communications Specialist.
Kathy Ball, thank you.
Dow Hitch, Director of Communication and Public Engagement.
They don't hand these awards out to everybody, so I want you to appreciate this is a national competition, and they're very selective in who they provide these for, so we're very proud of their work. Okay, and now a team involved in customer service. Everyone knows that parking in downtown is a challenge, and that the Asheville City Council before, the Asheville City Council now, we have a big job of following your direction and doing the very best we can to support business, residents, and visitors that come to downtown. Building garages is a very expensive proposition, $20,000 per space. So each one of our garages has a very significant investment. It's very important with that kind of investment in our garages that we optimize their use. And so based upon a challenge of council last summer, we embarked on a process to put online availability of space information. What have we got? Can you go to a garage? When you get there, can you expect the spaces to be available? And we provided directions for those. So what you see on the screen now is what you can go. If you go online, you'll be able to see that this isn't live, of course, but at the time this was brought up, there were 282 spaces at the Civic Center, 77 at Wall Street, and you would be able to know that as you head downtown, these spaces would be available predictably. And you could also, if you're new to the community or traveling from outside the community, you would also be able to click on the same webpage for directions. So tonight we're here to recognize the IT and team that put this together, some of these folks that you just saw. So if I could recognize Keith Kennedy, Scott Barnwell, Tim Reimers, and Cameron Carlisle. So Scott, would you talk a little bit about how you took this on and what was involved?
So in a nutshell, we got this request to be able to provide this information to the public live. We knew the information was out there. It was just a matter of finding the database. It was a proprietary system we had to get into, find that information, and then figure out a way to pull it out and publish it to the website that you can see now. So, and really it was a joint effort between IT and the parking services folks. So Keith Kennedy really helped us find where we needed to go. He had all the domain expertise, and then these two, Cameron and Tim, really did all the technical work to actually make that happen. So it was a great team effort.
Could you briefly just say how the public can navigate to this information as quick as possible?
So the easiest way is via the Asheville app. We just put a link straight from the Asheville app homepage, and it just says, where's parking? Click on that, and it'll take you straight to here.
Okay, so everyone make sure you have the Asheville app on your smartphone.
Which is, the Asheville app's on the city webpage too, so fairly easy to get to.
That's great.
Keith Kennedy, Parking Services.
I'm Cameron Carlisle from IT Services.
IT as well.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. I know you've got a very heavy agenda tonight. We put this off right before the holidays and during the election process, and so thank you for allowing us to catch up here tonight. But this just touches the surface. Our commitment to continuous improvement, innovation, and service delivery, environmental sustainability, and investment management practices will continue. And I look forward to future opportunities to introduce the great work that's being done throughout the city organization to you and the community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we have a proclamation proclaiming January 16th and 18th, 2016 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Days. And I hope that we have Miss Orlean Simmons here. Yes, there she is. Maggie, do you want? Good evening. I'm going to read the proclamation, then if you could say a few words, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. dedicated his life to the American ideal that we can continue to achieve nonviolent social change, and whereas Dr. King admonished us that it is far better to love than hate, to seek justice rather than revenge, and not condone those who profess hatred for any people, group, or race. And whereas Dr. King was a great orator and leader whose eloquent message influenced his country to integrate and resulted in the passing and signing of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And whereas Dr. King was the recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize in 1964 for his constant adherence to the principles of nonviolence in the face of frequent threats and occurrences of violence. And whereas the Congress and the President of the United States, the North Carolina General Assembly, and the Asheville City Council have established a holiday on the anniversary of Dr. King's birth to be celebrated on the third Monday of January as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And this is the 30th year that we will celebrate this official holiday. And whereas the special events will be highlighted by the 35th annual prayer breakfast at 8:30 a.m. on Saturday, January 16th at the Crown Plaza Resort. And whereas the community is invited to the annual Peace March and rally on Monday, January 18th, beginning at 11:30 a.m. at St. James AME Church. Now therefore, I, Esther Manheimer, Mayor of the City of Asheville, do hereby proclaim January 16th and January 18th, 2016 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Days in the City of Asheville, and urge the citizens of Asheville to join in the observance of this occasion with appropriate ceremonies and activities.
To the mayor and members of City Council, it has been the pleasure of the Martin Luther King Association to present a Martin Luther King celebration for the past 35 years for the citizens of Asheville and Buncombe County. We accept this proclamation with heartfelt thank you for it and also for your support through the years. I look forward to seeing you on Saturday and hopefully on Monday as well.
Next, under our proclamations, we have a proclamation to recognize efforts made by the NAACP and Land of Sky Regional Council to register senior citizens to vote and to encourage them to vote. And Ms. Ann Butzner is here, hopefully. Welcome. And again, I will read this proclamation, and then if you could say a few words. Whereas January is Senior Suffrage and Absentee Voting Month, and absentee ballots are mailed out January 25th, and whereas senior citizens and disabled citizens want to vote, stand for office, and express their own and community concerns through the electoral process, and whereas senior citizens and disabled voters can face physical and technical obstacles preventing access to the ballot box, which can be overcome with assistance from the community, and whereas a citizen who lives in a healthcare community must comply with special rules in order to vote by absentee ballot, and whereas volunteers have enabled hundreds of citizens to register to vote, change their address, and request absentee ballots in Asheville, and whereas it is fitting and proper to recognize those who help remove technical and physical barriers to the ballot box for senior citizens and disabled citizens. And whereas senior suffrage and absentee voting drives are organized by the Asheville Buncombe branch of the NAACP and Land of Sky. Now therefore, I, Esther Manheimer, Mayor of the City of Asheville, do hereby proclaim January 12, 2016 as Senior Suffrage Month in the City of Asheville and commend its observance to all citizens.
I'd like to thank the mayor and city council. Many of you have contributed to this effort. I'd like to quote my 99-year-old friend from a letter and testimony that she has written regarding voting rights for seniors. We may be old, but we aren't dead. Help us vote.
Ms. Butzner, can I ask you a question before you go? Thanks so much for your work on this, and I appreciate the opportunity to meet with you and learn more about it. And one of the things that I learned during that meeting was that oftentimes transportation to the polls was a big issue. Did I read you right?
Oh, yes, you
Okay.
did.
Well, one of the things I wanted to kind of put before council tonight in regards to this is to ask if there was a willingness to ask the Transit Committee to have a look at making voting day a fare-free day on our transit system. It's something that I would be interested in having a look at, and if there were 4 nods on council for that, I'd like to take it through the process and see if we could get there.
Nodding.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Yes.
I need to make an apology. In the course of doing group recognitions, you run the risk of leaving somebody important out, and I'm afraid I did that. So in terms of the graffiti program and its implementation, I left out a person who was instrumental in doing the research on what is possible, what other communities have done, helped in the design and the crafting of the actual ordinance, which was considered and approved by council, and has continuously been an advisor to staff and responsible for keeping us on track with appeals and notices. And she is in the room, and I would ask her to stand, and her name is Catherine Hoffman, Assistant City Attorney. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I'm glad we got that straightened out before we got far down the road. Next, we have our consent agenda, and we have a change to our consent agenda under new business item A, a resolution in support of the designation of the Asheville Housing Authority Lee Walker Heights project as a redevelopment project. We're moving that to the consent agenda. Originally, it was under new business because we thought we would need a presentation, but it does not require a presentation. So we're going to put that on the consent agenda, but consider it separately for discussion and voting. And the other item I would like to move at the request of Councilmember Brian Haynes is item J, a resolution authorizing the sale of a parcel of land owned by the city owned by the city off State Street to Mountain Housing Opportunities for the purpose of creating affordable housing. And we will also consider that item separately. Are there any other items on the consent agenda that anyone has any questions, comments about, would like to have considered separately?
I have a question. I don't need to pull it out, but I notice in the appointments section B that Chris Pelley is being reappointed to MSD. Was there a process? I mean, I'm not objecting to Chris serving on the MSD. I'm just wondering about that process. Is that a seat that is normally occupied by somebody who's on council, or does it matter?
I asked about that, and I don't think it's a requirement.
Okay. Okay.
In that regard, then, I thought we were informed that he had been appointed and that his term continued through a certain time, and that's why he remained on MSD.
His term wasn't. He filled a vacancy. I don't know his history of it. We're putting Maggie on the spot here.
I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I mean, I did apply to be the council representative on MSD, and I thought I was told that that his term continued. Not that I don't like Chris.
Expired, we have a 3-year term, which expired on January 19.
2016.
Yeah, 2016, and it's not January 19. This term will expire for 3 years, and then this is the reappointment of him for another 3.
Maggie, the city has 3 appointments on MSD, and are any of them designated as having to be filled by a council member? I know when I first began serving on MSD, the city appointees were not necessarily council members.
I have you, and in parentheses I have mayor, and then on the second one I have Vice Mayor Whistler as the council member. So I think that there are 2 seats designated for council, but not the third one.
But could be.
But could be.
Right.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Do we have any other questions about items on the consent agenda other than the 2 we're going to consider?
I would like to say that the questions that I had concerning item J, I feel like they've been answered for me, and so I don't have to bring this out unless someone else wants to.
Does anyone else want to have it considered separately, or we'll roll it back into the consent agenda? Okay.
Mayor, around item E, I'm not sure if Chief of Staff Sage Dunstan has arrived to represent the Eastern Band. If so, I'd like to pull that separately. If not, we can leave it in the consent.
Sage and the last name?
Dunstan.
Sage Dunstan.
I understand the overflow room is open as well, so if Mr. Dunstan is downstairs, I'll invite you to come on up.
Okay, we're clear, all right. All right, do you want to delay it?
We can give it a few minutes, I guess, just to see if he arrives. I know his intention was to arrive, so I don't know if he's been delayed.
Okay, I move to approve the consent agenda except for item D and except for the item A below, which is being moved up into the consent agenda.
Item E, I think is the Indigenous Peoples Day.
Item E? I'm sorry, item E, excuse me, item E, and the item A under new business.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda, accepting item E and the new business item A that we have now put on the consent agenda. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to comment on the motion to approve that portion of the consent agenda? All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, let's do the Lee Walker piece first, and that'll give us a little more time. This is a resolution in support of the designation of the Asheville Housing Authority's Lee Walker Heights project as a redevelopment project, and I know we have representatives here. Gary, do we have anyone on staff that wants to talk about this briefly, or should we just, I don't mind if we just have it. If anyone has any particular questions that they would like to, or issues they'd like to discuss at this time.
Mayor, I can say that the item before you this evening is a resolution authorizing the waiver of the fees associated with this project, as it would go through development reviews with the city, and that is the extent of the action before you tonight.
Yeah.
If there are any questions related to the process of development, where that may be, and what may be happening in the future beyond this authorization, and this is a precursor to an application to a state tax credit agency.
So to be clear, this resolution only concerns the waiver of fees. It is titled on the agenda as designating the Lee Walker Heights project as a redevelopment project, but in fact, the text of the resolution talks about the city waiving tap fees. And this redevelopment is very much in the preliminary stages, and this is one of the first big hurdles for the Housing Authority and Mountain Housing to submit the application to begin the process. And I know, there are still a lot of unknowns, and there's still a lot of questions, and this city council is interested, as far as I can tell, in continuing to understand the opportunities here, but we're not at the point yet where we're fully committing to a financial partnership at this point, other than the consideration of waiving tap fees. Does anyone else have any other questions? We do have people here who might be able to speak to it, or do I have a motion?
I have a comment, and that is this comment goes out to the people who've approached me with questions about the project. One of my strong concerns was that if this project's going to be successful, it needs to end up connecting the Lee Walker Heights project to Biltmore Avenue so that it becomes much more part of the community than it's been. And it's my understanding that now it looks pretty certain that the Matthews Ford property is going to be available to the city and that we're going to be able to make that connection happen. And because of that, I'm strongly in favor of this idea.
I have a question about the 50% fee waiver versus a greater fee waiver as far as strength of the application. Gary, could you speak to that?
We currently offer, the council policy is to provide a 50% rebate. And this is to transfer this, convert this to a waiver rather than reimbursement is the action before you. It is the a modest deviation. It's really a process deviation from an existing council policy.
This would waive the fee up front rather than have them pay the whole fee and rebate half back later.
Yes.
But as far as the strength of the application, I'm curious as to how, whether the 50% is going to make the application as strong as it might be, or whether there might be an opportunity to strengthen that.
Perhaps someone from the Housing Authority should answer that in more detail. What they've represented to us is that a waiver needs to be in place. How it fits into the overall application, what it adds in terms of the points, but in order to best position the application, they need to show evidence of this type of waiver.
And I know Dave Nash with the Housing Authority is here, and maybe you can speak to that, and the question of how to make the application as strong as possible in terms of the waiver.
Sure. Our original request was for a 100% waiver of the permit fees and tap fees. We have confirmed that a 50% waiver will suffice. Obviously, it would be a stronger show of support for the city to waive 100%. And that still would be our request, but I don't want to upset the apple cart at this point if the resolution is ready to move on the consent agenda.
And Dave, to follow up on that, it's my understanding that this is sort of to get through the initial screening of these applications. Would we have an opportunity to revisit the waiver later on in the application process?
Yes. There will be at least two other matters that we need to bring before you. One will be a rezoning request, and the other is the larger financial commitment that we'll be looking for infrastructure. So the other 50% of the permit fees could be considered at that time as well.
Okay, so we're going to count on you to make us aware of that request.
We have confirmed with the Housing Finance Agency that the 50% waiver, as long as it's granted up front, will suffice for the particular purpose that we need it for right this second.
Thank you. While Dave's up here, anyone else have a question?
We received some emails from the community with concerns about should all of this move forward, and I know that we're a lot of steps away from seeing ground broken over there, but there's been concerns about folks being able to return, concerns about whether folks have been included in the process, and you and I have talked some about this, but I was wondering if we could take this opportunity for you to just kind of speak to that process.
Let me answer the first question, and then we have some residents here who can answer the second question. The first question is whether people will be allowed to return, and the answer is yes. At the time that HUD gives its final approval for the conversion from public housing to this new program, after we've secured all the funding and put the financing plan together for them, anybody who's living there at that time will have the right to relocation benefits, temporary relocation, and they will have the right to return. There will not be any screening requirement for them to return to the property after the new units are completed. And Mayor, I know there are some residents who have been participating in the process, if we can allow them to speak to the other question.
I have a question.
Okay, go.
I'm wondering, of the people that are displaced from here, what percentage of them do you expect will return?
I think we have put the word out on this right of return strongly and repeatedly enough to them that many of them will. I don't imagine that it'll be 100%. I think some people, once they find another place to live, are going to be satisfied there and won't want to have to relocate again. But I think that most of the people we have talked to, and one of the reasons they're interested in seeing this project succeed is because they want to move back to the new development.
I definitely don't think 100% are coming back, and doubt very seriously that 50% would come back. And I have also major concerns that when these people are displaced, that they're going to have great difficulty finding housing. And so I want some assurances that we are going to find housing for these people, not just promises.
Yes, we have to find housing for these folks. And the plan on that will be a threefold approach, hopefully giving people their first choice, if possible, but, you know, at least three choices. One will be a relocation to one of our other developments, or the affiliated developments that we operate with. We have 1,900 units, and our turnover rate is about 25 or 30 units per month, so we will have vacancies that we'll be able to accommodate people in. The other is that Mountain Housing is working as our co-developer, and they have agreed to waive their credit check requirements for residents moving from Lee Walker Heights. So they will have an opportunity to move to one of the Mountain Housing developments if the, as they have a turnover. And the third, if people want it, is to request a tenant-based voucher and move on to the private market. That's one where people could run into difficulties, but some people have said they would like to take their voucher and move to another city, and we have to honor that request. And that is an option that will be available to them as well.
Dave, when you say that you must find housing for folks that are relocated, you mean under the federal HUD requirements? Is that what you're saying?
Under the HUD requirements, we cannot start demolition on that property until we find a housing for the people who live there.
And David, I have a question. So my understanding is there are 96 units at Lee Walker Heights right now. You're not filling them as they become empty.
Correct.
Sort of in preparation for this. So when you say that everybody who's there will be able to come back, is that only the people who are there then, or is it that 96 units will be reserved for?
It's only the people who are there at the time of the final HUD approval of the financing plan, which we expect to be in late 2016 or early 2017.
And do you have any sense, again, given the rate at which people are leaving or moving out of Lee Walker Heights, how many units that would be, or people?
Right now, I think we have 76 households still living in the development.
Okay.
And I don't know, we had 96 in July of 2014, so 18 months ago. That's quite a bit less than our normal turnover rate. Normally, we turn over about 25% of our units every year. So again, as I said, I think people are staying in the development and staying with us on the planning process because they want to be there, they want to be able to come back to the new development.
Okay, we don't usually conduct public hearing style hearings on consent agenda items, but you have a number of folks that are here that might want an opportunity to speak, and I think we ought to welcome that and maybe just do 3 minutes, just like a regular public hearing. So if there are folks that want to speak on this item, Maggie will keep the time, and you can speak for 3 minutes apiece. This is not a requirement.
I would like at least one of the residents to step forward and talk a little bit about the process that we've gone through with them.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Bruce Worthy. Forgive the sunglasses, I had an accident. I'm one of the residents, and I grew up there. And it was a great neighborhood, and it still is. Now, we've been part of the process all the way. Connie Proctor, David Nash, and Gene Bell has let us be part of the process. And the first question I asked was, could we move back in? And that was answered immediately. And Dave assured me that we will be able to move back in. Excuse me. Now, as a resident growing up there, I always felt that we wasn't part of the neighborhood because it's a one-way in and it's a one-way out. And you would not know we were there unless you had to go down the side street and made a mistake and came into our neighborhood. And if you came in there by mistake, you'd be ready to run out of there. So the point is that David has answered all these questions about relocation and if we'll be able to come back in. And we've been part of the process step by step. Now, I'm looking forward to moving into a new development. And if you will look at these plans, you would be excited as far as the city is concerned, because being downtown, it would improve, especially for the kids growing up. There will be more room to play, it'll be a safer environment, and it'll be more open instead of secluded, which we are secluded. If you haven't been there, then you will feel secluded there. Now, I've been to a lot of cities since I graduated and left the city, and I've seen where other cities have built up housing projects and redeveloped them. And I feel that it's about time that we moved on and improved our situation. Now, the mayor has, I have heard Mayor Manhammer, is that correct? Oh, right here? Okay, I'm sorry. She seemed excited about it, and she makes even me more excited about the project. There is no confusion about moving back in, whether we've been treated fairly or not. That's my light blinking. But everything, I'm happy about every process of it, and I'm really looking forward to moving on. I think it's time. Thank you.
Maggie, that timer's going to go.
There was Butch Worthy, who's a resident of the property. Gene's reminded me that we sent a letter to every resident and spelled out the relocation requirements that we have and and generally what their benefits will be, and that also that they don't need to worry about finding a place yet. We will probably start communication about getting people's wishes and desires for places to relocate sometime this summer, assuming that we make it through the first couple of steps of the Housing Finance Agency and make it through whatever steps we need to make through with you later this spring. But we have put it in writing. It's very secure that they will be allowed to move back with no rescreening.
Dave, if you, it would be great if you could share that letter with us to help us understand a little bit of what your residents are hearing in terms of communications.
Sure, I'd be
Just
glad
that it
to.
would help us also field conversations with constituents that might have concerns.
I'd be glad to do that.
Thank you. I think you have someone else.
This is Mr. Joseph Terrence.
Yes, my name is Joe Ternan. I have been here in Asheville all my life, and Lee Walker Heights have been one of the populous living residents that were first available here in Asheville. And what we have been through this year of getting all this plan is to benefit the housing, to benefit Asheville, and have more space for our kids and more things for our kids to do. And this is why Ash House Authority have got this committee together so we can sit and come up with a plan, present it to the Housing Authority, Housing Authority present it to whoever contracted the job. Because really, we need more space. It's just a one-way in and one-way out place. And we got to look at emergency vehicles coming in, getting out, and we got to look for more space for our kids to realize to play in, so it won't be any accident or any kids getting hurt, period. And like a question that he asked a while ago, the percentage of people coming back. Out of the people that live in Lee Walker Heights are asking, can they come back? So I'll say it will be a 70% of the people's coming back. Because everybody that lives up there mostly was born and raised up there, and this is where they want to come back to. I just live a couple of streets down from there when Old Valley Street was right here, but I made my way to Lee Walker Heights to play every day. And, you know, like I say, this is an old project, housing complex, haven't had much work done on it, so now is the time that they want to redo it, and I think it's good that this have come effect on the city of Asheville and Asheville Housing Authority.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Anyone else?
I have a question, just a comment. For the purposes of what's been presented here to us tonight for our consideration, I'm inclined to move forward so that Asheville Housing Authority can complete its application. However, Councilman Haynes and Councilman Smith have voiced some clear concerns that I believe will need greater clarity at a later date once Housing Authority returns to council for more substantive contribution to the project.
Please send us your questions in the meantime.
Thank you. Okay, do I have a motion?
I'm happy to make a motion that we approve the resolution authorizing a waiver of 50% of the fees, tap fees.
Second.
It's a tie for second. All right, I have a motion and a second. This is the official moment where if there's anyone in the audience that would like to comment on the motion, this is an opportunity to do that. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I think that concludes our consent agenda, and
We need
thank
to
you
return
all-
to item E.
Oh, that's right, you're right, okay. Thank you all for making the trip down here tonight. We are still on the consent agenda. Item E, a resolution establishing the second Monday in October as Indigenous Peoples' Day.
Just briefly, Mayor, thanks council, the council members who were here in October who green-lighted my moving ahead with Chief Lambert at the Eastern Band of Cherokee. His chief of staff intended to be here tonight, so I hope all is well. But I just wanted to thank council for considering this tonight.
And that is a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Yes. And do I have a second?
Second.
All right. All right, we have a motion and a second. Do I have anyone wishing to comment on the motion to approve? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, I think we're done with the consent agenda and on to presentations and reports. Tom is signaling. Signal more directly. Oh, okay.
Well, let's present that.
All right, then we're back to the consent agenda, everybody. Okay. Is he in the room?
Tom's inviting him in.
Okay. We're just on hold for just a second. Everyone is making a presentation. Get ready. You're on deck.
So we'll come up to the microphone here. Sorry that y'all got held up. It's okay. Really glad to be able to bring this forward tonight. We actually, moments ago, voted to pass it before y'all walked in the room. And I just wanted to say that I appreciate your cooperation in helping me get the language right, and that I'm very honored to be able to bring this forward in the city of Asheville to celebrate Indigenous Peoples' Day in this city. And I wanted to give you a moment to speak with council and to the public at home.
Thank you. Council, thank you so much. Richard Sneed, Vice Chief, Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians. It is my honor and pleasure to be here before you tonight. And I'm just so grateful for your work in voting and passing this. You know, we have a rich history in Western North Carolina, the Eastern Band of Cherokee, and of course, Indigenous tribes and Indigenous people all over the country. And I think it's a very progressive move for you to vote to pass this and to recognize Indigenous people on this day. So thank you so much, and I appreciate you.
And thank you for coming tonight. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. Sage Dunstan, Chief of Staff to Principal Chief Patrick Lambert.
thank you so much, and thank you for your leadership on this, Mr. Smith, and the entire city council here. We certainly appreciate this. I think this is within the color and spirit of Asheville. It's such a tolerant and inclusive place to celebrate the contributions of Cherokees and all indigenous people is so special, especially considering that this is the ancestral homeland of our people, a culture that's over some 10,000 years old. So we certainly appreciate it. Thank you so much, and we're glad to be here.
Thank you. Gordon, thank you for leading us on that initiative. Okay. All right, Barbara, you have the first two presentations, the audit presentation. It's always really exciting.
Yes, I know.
And
This is your favorite all year.
the financial quarterly update.
Right.
Take it away. Do you have someone new to introduce to us?
Yes. I'm Barbara Whitehorn, the Finance Director for the City of Asheville, and here to give you the report on the 2015 Annual Financial Audit is Dan Goggerty.
Just wanted to thank everyone for the opportunity here tonight to present the financial results to you for the 2015 audit. So first, I just want to go over briefly what we're going to go over today, and it's going to be a real high-level review of what we did in terms of our role as an external auditor, the key highlights, and a summary of our overall results. First, in terms of a role of the external auditor, our first action is to plan and then perform the audit. We plan in terms of meeting with management, finding out any new changes in the city, any new things we should be aware of, do a risk-based approach audit, and perform the actual audit procedures. Once we're done, we express an opinion on the result of the audit and then communicate that to those in charge of governance, which is what we're doing here tonight. In terms of our overall results, we gave unmodified opinion on the financial statements. That's the highest level of assurance that you can get in terms of audit, and it means that the financial statements are free, are assurance that they are substantially free from material misstatement. We also do our auditing under governmental auditing standards, which require us to test the internal controls and financial reporting of the city and related to laws, regulations, and grant agreements. We also gave an unmodified opinion on that, and that is what's shown here as a yellow book opinion. We also did a federal single and state single audit, which is required under OMB Circular A133 and the State Single Audit Act. The monies that you receive from federal and state funds require that this audit be performed each year depending on how much you spent, and we had no audit findings from this testing and also unmodified opinions. In terms of when I talked about our risk-based approach and what we do to first test internal controls, we had no findings, and we found that controls for the city in regards to its major processes and reporting were in good shape. In terms of single audit, again, no findings. In terms of the adjusting journal entries, we had no adjusting journal entries, but we had one past adjustment journal entry. That past entry was considered to be immaterial overall, and management is evaluating how they would like to proceed with that in the future. And we had two prior period adjustments, one from GASB 668 implementation. This is not an error. This is just what all cities and counties and all governments had to do this year to put either a liability or, in your case, an asset on the book for your local governmental employees' retirement system. And in this case, you have a $5.8 million asset being shown on your financial statements. In terms of the other prior period adjustment, that related to a preferable accounting treatment related to notes receivable, and this was requested by the LGC of all counties and cities that have this type of transactions on their books, and again, was not considered an error. In terms of management letter comment, we had one comment related to some questions, timing of placing assets in service and construction in progress, but these were not considered to be material, and so a management letter and not an audit finding was considered sufficient. And then the last thing I want to talk about here is the data analytics. What we did this year as a value-added service to the city is get sort of a data dump from the city on its payroll, its disbursements and P cards, and be able to throw that into our system and kind of come up with some results of some outliers in terms of duplicate vendors, P cards that were spending over the limit. These don't represent anything in terms of necessarily fraud or anything in terms of an issue, but they're just outliers that could be used as a tool for management to decide if the controls are working properly for these areas. In terms of significant transaction cycles, we looked at payroll, cash receipts, cash disbursements, financing activities the city has, budgeting, and the financial statement close process. Testing internal controls, we did cash disbursements and credit cards, which we had no findings. AJEs are required by our standards to be, which are adjusting journal entries, are required to be tested each year to make sure there's no improper testing, and we had no findings in that. And we have a IT dedicated team that comes out and does IT level controls, and again, we had no findings, and some of the areas in which they looked at for the IT controls are shown there. Really briefly on here is just our significant audit areas, which just goes over the major assets, liabilities, and other areas that we've focused our attention on this year. In terms of the federal programs we tested 4 federal and 2 state, and these programs were tested for compliance and internal controls, and again, we noted no issues with compliance and the internal controls were working effectively. Just real high level here, we just wanted to kind of give you, the next 8 slides are about some of the key highlights from our audit in terms of total revenue, expenses, and fund balance. And so for here, this is just the general fund revenues were $105 million this year, and the budget was for $101 million, so you surpassed your revenues budgeted by $4 million for the year. And taxes are your prominent source of revenue in the general fund. In terms of general fund expenses, you had $95 million in terms of expenses, and you had a budget of $105 million. So you were able to come under budget by $10 million this year in the general fund alone. In terms of the fund balance, the 2 major areas here are restricted and unassigned. Your restricted balance is your state stabilization fund, which is required by state statute and is calculated in accordance with the state statute. The unassigned balance, your fund balance policy is to hold a 15% balance in this category, and right now, 15% of your budgeted expenditures. 15% of your budgeted expenditures would be $15.8 million. So you guys are comfortably there with the board policy of the fund balance. In terms of the operating funds, as you can see here, the water resources is your major source of revenue, 71% of all proprietary fund revenues. And for expenses, they pretty much mirror in terms of what your revenues are for the various areas. I'd like to also show this to all the councils because it just shows you kind of where you're at in terms of your cash and investments, what you're invested in. And right now, you have about $26 million in the bank and about $61.7 million in governmental agency funds, which are generally considered safer investments. And right here we have capital assets. This is our total capital assets are $380 million. $164 million of that makes up the water and sewer. And your infrastructure makes up largely your most of your assets, which is generally your sidewalk, streets. Here's your long-term debt. You can see here the revenue bonds and installment financing makes up about $100 million of all of your debt of $116 million. And just in summary, we had a clean opinion overall. We had no AGs, that 1 past adjusting journal entry, good internal controls, 1 management letter comment, and full cooperation with management. And I like to reiterate with management is Barbara Whitehorn, Tony McDowell, and Terry Orange. They really helped us, and all the finance staff really helped us with completing this audit in a timely fashion and were upfront with everything and gave us all documents on time as we requested them. So I just want to thank them for their efforts as well. And with that, if you guys have any questions.
Thank you.
All right, and I know I included in your packets sort of a little cheat sheet to go along with this. So if you have any questions based on that or this, please let me know. I would, while I'm up here and before I go into the quarterly report, just like to recognize the team that got us through this audit, and they're an exceptional team. We have Terry Orange, who was in charge of putting the CAFR together and runs the financial reporting division. Terry? At least wave, you know. Rebecca Hope, who is accounting supervisor in fiscal services, who assisted Terry. Rebecca. Amanda Buckner and Adam Brugman are accountants in financial reporting. And then Pat Ligori and Tony McDowell, who were my two managers who kind of insulate me from the whole process. All right, so if there aren't any questions.
If I may add commendations to Barbara Whitehorn herself. It's real important for us to fully comply with the auditor and their request and help them with the annual reports and facilitate this process. I would also like to point out, in no uncertain terms, this is a clean audit. And it's based upon their review of the documents that are available, and there are always opportunities to discover things post-audit. But it is notable that this is a clean audit, and commendations do go out to all of our program and department managers who follow the checks and balances and live up to the integrity that we want city finances to be kept at always. And so this year we get a clean passing grade.
And with that, I would like to thank the directors. I know most of them have left after consent, but they make sure that we get all of the information that we need in a timely manner, and the auditors have no trouble with them at all. So, thank you. So if there are no questions, I'll move on to the quarterly financial report. And I know y'all have a very detailed financial report in your packets. This is very much a high-level overview. It's not, I don't go into any of the details. So if there are any questions on the details, please let me know. I'm happy to address them. First, we just have our revenue dashboard. This is familiar to those of you that have been on council for a little while.
Maggie, can we switch this to?
Oh, sorry, I can do it. My bad. Oh, really?
Old school. That's the old school way.
Learn something new every day. So the revenue dashboard, we're in really good shape for revenue. We're about where we think we should be. Property tax for quarter one shows in the yellow only because quarter one of the fiscal year is through September, and we see most of our property tax collections in December and January. So you'll see that go all the way up to the dark green and then settle back out by the end of the year. Expenditure dashboard, again, we're in really good shape. Fuel expenses are actually coming in under. That is great fleet management. Our people that are driving our vehicles are adhering to the no idling policy. We've got quite a few vehicles that are more fuel efficient than we've had in the past. So, go our fleet manager. Well, fleet management, we don't have a fleet manager right now. We just have James Ayers, who's amazing. And then our enterprise funds. All the enterprise funds are doing about where we expect them to do. Water is doing great. Parking is doing great. But parking in particular is fairly predictable by how many people we see on the streets. So, parking's been doing really well so far this year. And everything else is
That's all those are all the enterprise funds.
Yes, these are all the enterprise funds. And that's really it for the high level. So if y'all have any questions, I'm happy to talk to them. All right.
Question, thanks, and congratulations on the audit. I know it's hard to monitor an audit and actually do day-to-day business, so that's great. On the Appendix B in our packet.
Of the
Where-
quarterly report?
I'm sorry, yeah, in the quarterly report. It's the
Which is attached to the
CIP,
agenda.
I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I was unclear where the TDA development funds are, or are they reflected in here, or is that going to come when?
The new ones are not reflected in here.
They aren't?
No, they wouldn't be.
And when would those be reflected in the CIP?
Well, I think we accepted the grant tonight, so we would update it now.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
you don't put it in there until you?
Yeah, until it's really a done deal, because we like to feel like we're not ever betting on money that is uncertain.
Okay, that helps me, thanks.
Anything else?
It became certain at 5.
Exactly, and I just wasn't quite that fast.
Right.
Barbara, in regard to the fund balance, I may get the number wrong, but I think it's at 17.6 or something like that right
Yes.
now, with our policy being 15. And could you remind me and especially the new council members, how we go about deciding where that excess would be, where that would go?
Right. Well, our fund balance policy is 15%. One of the key things about fund balance in general, any excess is absolutely up to council to determine what to do with it. We roll it into fund balance and it becomes just uncommitted funds. And that's up to council to determine what to do with. Staff's recommendation has been to continue to grow that fund balance percentage because it directly impacts our credit rating with S&P and Moody's. And as you all recall, we got an upgrade from S&P this summer to a AAA. Moody's, we're still AA+, but we're like fingers crossed. Fund balance is one of several main areas they look at. One of our challenges is that most AAA cities in the country actually have a 30% unassigned fund balance or greater. And that is huge. I mean, we have a lot of other things that those cities don't have, though. You know, we have significant economic growth. We have, you know, they come to visit here and they see cranes everywhere. They don't necessarily see that everywhere else. So we have some sort of mitigating factors that allow us not to be at that 30%. But, you know, it still is one of those kind of balancing acts from a financial management point of view.
Thanks.
Anything else? I can talk all night, so, you know, feel free.
Oh, we know it.
But would we understand what you're saying?
Would we understand?
Well, all right then.
Okay, so the understanding part, back to the seriousness here. This, we're going to give you an update on performance on strategic goals of council next. And both this quarterly financial report and taking stock of where we are with capital projects in the pipeline, which is the attached staff report that you have with your agenda packet. These are intended to set the stage for further discussions we will have with you between now and the council retreat, answer your questions, go into greater detail. But we felt it important to provide the framework, and we do this on a quarterly basis, of giving you a high-level scan. But we'll be prepared to, Barbara and I will be prepared to go into detail about the 5-year forecast and how that's shaping up when we meet with you between now and your retreat, just to provide the best financial context and framework we can provide. And I appreciate Councilman Smith's question. It's really important for you to know, you know, what planes are in the air, how much fuel they have, when are they going to be able to land, when can the next set of planes take off. And so that's what we want to be able to cover with you in the next couple of weeks.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Kathy Ball is here to present us with an update on the strategic operating plan. And this is a good opportunity to sort of see where we are as we go into the city council retreat, which you're all invited to observe if you would like to for 2 whole days at the end of the month.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of City Council. I know that you have a long meeting before you, so I'll try to be brief. But at the same time, I would like to take the opportunity to be able to demonstrate what has happened from last year's council retreat and the goals that have been set, in either the work that's been completed, the work that's in progress, or the things we're getting ready to work on. So you'll see a theme basically that looks at the strategic plan from last year, and then I'll just go through each of the focus areas and then show you the completed, the in progress, and the things that are getting ready to occur. So economic growth and sustainability, I promise you I will not read all of this. I will just try to hit the highlights. I think we've broken it down so that you can see, and tonight you've heard reports about our financial management systems to be able to see the significant work that's been done on that. I would point out the green bonds. I think we were one of the first in North Carolina to be issued green bonds, which is pretty significant and speaks to, I think, our reputation around the state. We are in the process of diversifying our funding sources and looking for any opportunity to do that, as well as internally we have developed a strategic budget process that is really a year-long process. So as opposed to starting the budget process around December, we really have started the budget process this year in August. And that should result in a much more well-defined budget by the time that it comes to you, or we hope that it will be a much better, well-refined budget. The next steps is to move the capital planning into a 10-year program so that we're able to start planning out beyond that, and then some additional focus on grants management. I wouldn't expect you all to read every one of these. There's a significant amount of capital projects that are going on. I would point out that for each of these projects, at least 50% of the funds came from another source. So we have leveraged significant amount of funds in order to do these projects. Community planning and sustainability, completed neighborhood sidewalk policy, clean energy, and form-based code on Haywood Road. In process, and you will see this coming forward fairly soon, the Asheville in Motion, multimodal transportation plan, River Arts form-based code, the I-26 connector improvements, developing a waste reduction strategy, and implementing of a clean energy framework. And that is probably a full workload in a year right there. Next steps is launching the 2035 comprehensive plan, as well as an update to the downtown master plan that you all discussed at your December 12th meeting. Operational efficiencies, these may be some of the things that you have heard about that we have done internally, the class and compensation study, the One Asheville internet improvements, the Simple City you heard about tonight. And then, again, I mentioned the strategic budgeting process, which in our world is fairly significant because of the amount of work that goes into it, the small business startup. And then the next steps from an organizational efficiency is to develop an organizational strategic plan, one much like the strategic goals that council set, but deal more with operational efficiencies, the kind of core services that our citizens expect. Affordability and economic mobility. We have completed a comprehensive affordable housing strategy. We've made revisions to our land use incentive policy. We held an affordable housing summit along with many of our partners and made revisions to our homestay ordinance in the UDO. We are currently working on evaluation of all the city-owned property, the highest and best use, repurpose of Hilliard Street property, and the implementation of the affordable housing strategy. Our next steps are to continue to pursue financial partners in being able to construct affordable housing and make UDO amendments that will encourage and support affordable housing. Economic mobility, this was a new council goal this past year. Council implemented the living wage for all city employees. CALA internships have been a huge success within the city and have made a big difference, as we heard earlier today in a meeting with the Asheville City School System. We prepared an equitable development report with a lot of our partners in the east of the Riverway, as well as a gentrification study. I said I wasn't going to read this, I'm sorry. We are evaluating redevelopment of public housing into mixed income development, in order to reach that goal of economic mobility. Then a high quality of life. You heard about the graffiti-free program and the sidewalk cleaning program in downtown. There have been, as you have noticed, increased enhancement to the downtown operations of the Asheville Police Department. Crosswalks on Merriman Avenue, Hendersonville Road sidewalks are being constructed now. And then the next steps is the use of body cams for APD. Public health, we have extended our lease for our health services center. This, as you probably know, saves the city a considerable amount of money by providing a place for people to go to as opposed to an emergency room when they're not feeling well. We've participated in Strive Not to Drive, and I am going to not cover those to keep this going. Cultural diversity, strategic event partnerships, and I mentioned Kayla again. Our communications this year, the effort that has been put forth to send information out and the increase in the amount of traffic that we're getting on our Facebook and tweets has been extremely impressive, and I hope has met your expectation as a council. And I know that they are continuing to meet that expectation. So this is a little video. Do we need to do something with the volume? The presentation, and if you have questions, I am probably not going to be the person that's able to answer all.
Oh my God, it's going to start again. Is it going? Yeah. Anybody have any questions? Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Ready? Okay. We have now reached the portion of our agenda where we will conduct our public hearings. The first is a public hearing to consider a conditional use permit for property located at 2360 Sweeten Creek Road for the replacement of 3 existing multifamily buildings with 22 units, with 2 new multifamily buildings of 24 units. This is a conditional use permit hearing, so that is a quasi-judicial hearing. If there is anyone who plans to speak on this issue, you will need to be sworn in please see Maggie up here at the front. If you just think it's possible, you might later, at some point during this item, feel compelled to speak. You'll need to come up and get sworn in. There's even a chance you could be moved. Okay. Okay, thank you. And I'm going to turn it over to the city attorney to conduct this hearing. Take it away, Robin.
Oh, okay, everybody's sworn in. As the mayor said, this is a quasi-judicial hearing. It's a conditional use permit, and it's a little different than other hearings because it's based on the evidence that's presented today to the council. There's just a couple of points. First of all, as the mayor said, all the testimony is sworn. Any decision by the council tonight should be based on the substantial material and competent evidence that's presented by the witnesses who testify. We would ask that anyone who speaks in support or in opposition of this application to stick to the conditional use permit standards, which are set forth in the ordinance. There are 8 of them. And to try to keep their testimony to be fact-based and not any kind of speculation or unsupported fears. The way that the hearing is going to go is first the staff will do a short summary or report telling what the project's about. Then the applicant will be given the opportunity to present its case. After that, we'll allow any opponents or supporters to speak, either in support or in opposition to the case. And then the applicant will be given the opportunity to come back up and submit any more evidence. Council can, of course, ask questions of anyone at any time, and so they should feel free to do that. And the applicant can make a summation. After that, the case will come back to the table, and the council will make a decision. And while the vote will be tonight, the written decision will not come before council for approval until the next council meeting. So having said that, if anybody's had any questions, I'm glad to answer them. Otherwise, at this point, I guess we'd ask staff to come up.
Janice.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, and members of the public. The Givens Estate property is a very large, over 200-acre residential community for seniors, and this community provides a range of housing types as well as various residential amenities for their residents. The Givens Estate campus is accessed from Sweeten Creek Road, which is here on the western boundary of the property. It's accessed through a well-marked entrance on Sweeten Creek. And once you enter the property, the community itself is connected through a series of privately maintained roads and drives. The project before you tonight is the third and final phase of the redevelopment of the community's creekside homes, which are located kind of in the center of the property in this area, off of Wesley Drive. And as with the previous phases, the applicant is proposing to demolish the older creekside homes and replace them with new units at a slightly higher density. And by itself, this project, the 24 units included in this project, would not be a level 3, but the UDO requires that projects that are built, residential projects that are built within 500 feet, within 3 years of each other, and by the same owner or developer must be combined for the purposes of the review. So this third and final phase, while it's only 24 units, when combined with the first 2 phases, totals 72 units. Now, those 72 units do replace 50 existing units, so there is a net increase of 22 units. This particular phase only increases the number of units by 2. So we're replacing 22 units with 24 new units. And just to give you an idea of what's there today, this is the footprints of the existing Phase 3 of the Creekside homes. The areas that are hatched in gray are the structures, the walkways, and some of the surface parking that will be demolished and removed with this project. The current site plan for the project shows the 2 new multifamily, multi-story structures that will be constructed in place of those older demolished structures. Each building will support 12 units each. It's a 3-story building with some structured parking kind of tucked in on a lower level. So it's 4 stories in total, depending on which side of the building you are viewing. Here are some building elevations for the project, so you can see, depending on which side you're looking at the building from, you'll either see 3 stories or 4 stories. The parking is tucked in here underneath. And you can see the driveways into those, into that structured parking on the site plan. The balance of the parking needs are met with some surface parking that will remain on the site. There is a net reduction in the parking, with essentially the surface parking spaces being displaced into the structured parking below. This property is subject to the city's steep slope development standards. However, when we look at a project like this, we look at the entire campus, and the entire campus is well within their steep slope allowances, both for grading and density. In fact, it's quite low. And this property, and this project, this phase in particular, is disturbing within the historically disturbed area. So it's definitely not increasing any disturbance. The boundary outlined in pink is the limits of disturbance. I have identified that on the site plan so that you can see this kind of finger that comes in here in the middle of the property is the stream, the intermittent stream on the property, and the stream buffer. And you can see that the limits of disturbance cross over and overlap with that stream buffer a little bit, but that is because those are areas that have been previously disturbed, and the only reason they're included in the limits of disturbance now is because they're replacing that existing older infrastructure. So, and that includes some walkways and some stormwater outfalls. And I believe that concludes the summary of my introduction. I will just wrap up by saying, as the city attorney mentioned earlier, this is a level 3, so we must find that the project supports the 7 conditional use permit standards that are statutorily established. Those are the standards for your reference and for the community's reference. The applicant has supplied information on how they feel the project has met those standards, and those are included in your packet as an attachment. Be happy to answer any questions.
One thing, can you state your name and
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Shannon Tuck, Principal Planner, Planning and Urban Design.
Questions before we move on?
Okay, and then I guess we'd have the applicant now come to the podium, and if you have any, I assume that you, come on up, that you want your entire application in the record in support of your case?
Yes.
And if you have any other documents, if you can make sure you hand them to the clerk.
No other document.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, good. I'm Ken Parton, the Director of Givens Estates, and we're pleased to have an opportunity to come and present our project. If you have any questions, Shannon's done a wonderful job of explaining it, but certainly we'll be pleased to answer any questions. Tom Jones, who's the engineer for the project, is here with me today, and we're very pleased to answer any questions that you folks might have, but Shannon's done a great job of explaining the project.
Any questions of the applicant? Before we, okay, we're going to hear more.
As Ken said, my name is Tom Jones, and we appreciate the opportunity to talk about this project. I just want to highlight a few minor points, or maybe they're major points, but I think they're great things about the project. Shannon did a great job introducing the project. One also neat thing about the project is there's actually going to be a slight decrease in impervious area. There's going to be more asphalt and pavement and buildings removed than we're adding back, so I think that's a great thing about this project. So that, that means there's a smaller development footprint than we had before. Also, I believe this project aligns itself with city goals in terms of we're providing compatible, higher density residential infill, that's a lot of words, compatible, higher density residential infill development. So we're bringing those, more residents in smaller space, and that's in alignment with the city's goals. So we're excited about that. So we believe this is a great project, and we believe it meets the city requirements. There's not any opposition that we're aware of. We'll find out if that's still the case here tonight, but we appreciate it, and we're here for questions.
And your position on the 7 standards are the ones that you filled out and put in your application that are part of the record?
That is correct.
Okay.
Anyone have any?
I don't have any questions. I just want to commend you for the point that you just made, increasing the density on the property you already have and building new, presumably much more efficient, safe, healthy buildings for your residents. That's the direction we need to be going. Energy efficient too.
Okay. All right, any other questions, comments? Do you have any other representatives with the applicant that need to speak? No? Okay. All right, if there aren't any other, we'll open the public hearing.
Any other people who would like to present evidence either for or against this application? I think at this point, if nobody else has anything to say, we can close it up.
Okay, oh, it looks like we have one.
Oh, okay.
Please come forward and state your name.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Tim Sadler, and I'm not quite sure that this is the right project for this suggestion, although I will say that I had a conversation with one of the board members of the Givens Estate about this particular idea, and that is to have the applicant buy monthly bus passes at a bulk rate and be able to offer that to the residents as an amenity and pass that cost along. So I think that it would be good practice for conditional use requests that we do ask applicants to bulk buy transit passes because obviously new developments are putting more cars on the road. And we also have a tremendous desire as a city to encourage riders of choice to use the transit system. So, if these bus passes are offered as an amenity and, comes along with the price of rent, I think, residents are far more inclined to use public transportation. So I would just ask for your consideration to maybe ask that of the applicant.
Is there anyone else who was sworn in that would wish to, if you would like to respond?
I guess the response to the statement would be that this community is not on a bus stop. And there's not good access to a bus stop from the community. We do have another community under construction that is on a bus stop, and when it's completed, certainly public transportation is very desirable, but it's not applicable for this community.
Well, Givens Estates is on a bus line, for sure. Or is that Sweeten Creek Road? Sorry. You're right, it's not. Sorry. I was thinking Hendersonville.
Okay, I think we've heard from everyone who was sworn in. Is there anyone else who wants to speak on this item?
Okay, I think we'll bring it back to the table if you want to discuss it or if anybody has a motion.
Go ahead.
I move to recommend approval of the conditional use permit for Givens Creekside, Phase 3, located at 2360 Sweeten Creek Road, because it meets the 7 conditional use standards as demonstrated by the applicant.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
All in
Anything else
favor?
we need to do?
Okay. You do that. I thought you were looking at me to do that. You
No,
do that.
I just wanted to make sure we didn't need to
Yeah, we're good.
any other evidence before the
We're
council.
good.
Okay.
We're good.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, the second item on our public hearings agenda is a public hearing to consider conditional zoning of 2 parcels totaling .61 acres located at 1 West Pack Square and 11 Patton Avenue from Central Business District to Central Business District / conditional zoning, and review of site plans for the renovation of an existing 201,000 square foot building along with a proposed 35,300 square foot parking structure and other site improvements for the development of a mixed-use project including a hotel and support functions, 39 condominium units and commercial spaces, with a condition to modify fenestration standards found in section 7-8-18 of the UDO. And our presenter is Alan Glines. So different than our last public hearing, this is not a conditional use permit, this is a conditional zoning, so no one needs to be sworn in to speak on this item. But Alan, as the staff person handling this project, will give us the initial presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of City Council, members of the public. I will go over site plans and review the project with you. The site is this Exhibit A map for the project. This is North Pack Square, often referred to as Broadway, College Street, North Lexington Avenue. On the south side is Patton Avenue. This is an aerial of the same. Actually 2 parcels, so it totals .61 acre. This is an existing survey of the property. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit. So it's a little more legible. Once again, the same orientation, North Pack Square, College Street, Patton Avenue, and North Lexington Avenue. In red, I've outlined the property of the property lines, and just want to note there's a small little offset in the private property here, and then this is illustrates the planters out front that are on the east side of the building, and they're actually in the public right-of-way. Sidewalks along Patton Avenue, a very narrow sidewalk along Lexington Avenue, and a very narrow sidewalk along College Street. All those will be improved through the proposal tonight. There's an existing bank drive-through at this location from College Street that goes through to Patton Avenue. Those driveways are proposed to be utilized for other uses now. And then there's an existing driveway into a surface parking lot located on the west end of the property to be replaced as well. I included a photo of the that I took earlier this summer. Really shows the front portion area, and especially the planters, the street trees here, and then I want you to just take note of the sidewalk dropping down as you go towards College Street. By the time you get to College Street down here at the corner, it might be a grade change of about 6 or 7 feet from no grade here, losing, sort of growing as you will. It's worth noting on that site plan that across the property, a high point at this corner in this photo to the other corner on the northwest side, there's a grade change of about 18 feet. And that is part of the reason why the building is designed the way it is today, mostly solid on Patton Avenue and College Streets because of that severe grade change. And so it was made as a pedestal, and then, but the only, on-grade access is basically from the east side. So it's affected that design. Okay, this is the proposed site plan. Just for the sake of consistency, I did outline again the property lines so you could see the changes and the differences. Along North Pack Square, the sidewalks will be expanded in this area. The planters are removed, and the sidewalk area will vary in width from 24 feet at the corner here to 12 feet in this area, then expands again out to College Street. The east side of the building will continue to provide the main access, the pedestrian access into the building itself. Along, I was going to mention on the excess area at the top of the plaza space, sort of taking up that grade, there's a planter here, there's street trees, and that area would be leased back for outside dining, as has been the common practice along the south side of Pack Square, just over here. All that outside dining is happening on, in the excess right-of-way area, and it has been a real feature to add vitality to the downtown area. We expect to continue that with this proposal. I wanted to note also that there is a proposed pedestrian drop-off zone along the east side of the building, the front of the building, and it will remove 2 on-street parking spaces, provide some access for pedestrian drop-off. It's happening now. What the police noted was that people will just stop in the lane and let someone out, and it just happens today. So this will be a little more organized, a little safer, and still allow traffic to move a little bit better. Along College Street, the existing sidewalk there is about 7 feet wide. It will be expanded. It's going to be limited by the travel lanes existing in this area and the building, of course, but it'll get to an 8-foot width. And then as you move further west, it will get wider to 10 feet. There's also will be a new storefront access point here for a commercial space. I'll go over that a little bit more later. And then a kind of a commercial, a public stair from College Street up to the level of the parking structure. And that will be an addition for the pedestrians amenity there. North Lexington, the sidewalk is only about 5 feet wide now. It's in fairly poor shape. The proposal will widen this to 11 feet, and this will be accommodated by reworking curb and gutter along Lexington Avenue and taking the property taking the sidewalk into the private property to make it wide enough. At this corner, we have a signal pole that will be replaced. It will be put at the back of the curb. The developer has proposed, will assist in that construction of the base on their property. And then in this corner area, there's proposed to be a pedestrian, sort of an art niche. It's sort of like in the structure of the parking structure itself. And the developer has proposed to maintain special pavement, has mentioned creating a space for an art piece or artistic interpretation. And then this side, you can see it through the site plan, of course. The focus is the parking structure, 3 levels, lower level on College, lower level on Lexington. College Street has a mid-level, and then the upper level, access from Patton Avenue, will have valet service for the hotel. Getting to Patton Avenue, we're taking this, it's probably our best sidewalk in that area today. It's going from about 10 feet today to be 16 feet in this area, removal of 2 parking spaces to ensure sight triangle and safety access to this drop-off area for the hotel. And then this other sidewalk space will get widened to 12 feet. You can see street trees are added to this area, and that will be an improvement. We do have some transit features which are part of the proposal. They're off-site, and will include 2 poles to kind of house map and route information. One pole would be located on this corner here, one on the other corner on College Street, and then a bus shelter in the right-of-way over on North Pack Square against the building. We have, it's not a super wide sidewalk there, but we have a model that could fit there for transit. It was assist transit, and the developers agreed to those improvements. I will go through the floor plans of the building so you get an idea of the mix of uses. As I said, it's as you mentioned in the announcement at the beginning, it's a mixed-use project. It includes primarily a hotel with 140 rooms and 39 residential units on upper floors and a variety of commercial spaces. The ground level plan shown here provides commercial space, a restaurant space, and then the main hotel lobby function area. This is just sort of showing parts of the outside dining and other spaces that will happen in the front of the building on the east side. Patton Avenue, of course, to the west, and College Street to the north.
Alan, just a question. So the grade here we're on the Broadway side is level with the current first floor.
That's correct.
Look at it from Broadway.
That's
so
right.
On the rear, the parking deck will be built in such a way that you'll enter the building in the lobby area on grade with the front of the,
That's
of the
right.
building. Right. Okay.
So when you access from Patton Avenue, and you climb the ramp to that level, which you have to climb up to get to grade there, if you will. You'll, passengers or visitors will disembark from that location, have valet parking service to across the street, and this is actually on grade with the front, correct. It's a very interesting site from a design and tactical standpoint. This is the College Street floor, which is really below grade from the east side. And so there's a lot of hotel function area here, laundry and other things. Over the years, there used to be a cafe down here and just other necessity. They're proposing to put a lobby, a condo lobby there, and also create a new commercial space. And that's part of the exciting part about this part of the proposal is that today it's a solid wall. At the corner, it's about 7 or 8 feet tall, and then it grows as you go down College Street towards North Lexington, and they're able to punch that out and fenestrate it, meaning that they're going to create storefront there with a new entrance and have a commercial space to activate College Street. Over the years, College Street has been identified as one of those streets that could use some assistance from a design standpoint, and this will help in that direction. Upper floors, there's some interest in having some commercial spaces on the upper floors, which could include office and meeting spaces, or uses with a similar impact. Each floor of the building, incidentally, is about 10,000 square feet total. And then this is sort of a typical hotel level of the building. Each floor will have about 19 or 20 rooms, depending on the layout. And the developers provided this schematic section of the building that just shows the organization. This would be from perhaps a College Street side looking through the building. You have the parking level, lower level, mid-level, top level. Commercial located here, other commercial uses here, focused on the ground level of the building. Middle area would be hotel, and the upper areas would be the condominium spaces. You notice there's quite a lot of the top of the building that is really mechanical, and it's not fully habitable for most of that space at the top. And these are the proposed elevations as it would be changed through this proposal. The building would be refaced with steel, glass, and synthetic stone. A new roof feature will be added to the top of the building, and the base of the building will also be altered with new doors and a reconfigured plaza space, as I've reviewed in that site plan. Overall, the project complies with requirements of the downtown area. The property has its primary pedestrian entrance on a frontage on North Pack Square. There is also a new entrance on College Street, which is recommended for any street to have activation with that new retail space. A parking structure has frontage on North Lexington, College Street, and Patton Avenue, and meets parking structure fenestration standards. So this is the front of the building from the east side, from North Pack Square. This is the Patton Avenue elevation. You can see a partial level of that parking structure. This is the ramp up to the valet main level for visitors entering the building, and this is the pedestrian entrance on the other side. This elevation, just following, is the other sides of the building. We have College Street on this side. This is the north side of the building. This is the newly created commercial space, main entrance to the building, other back-of-house functions, and then the parking level here, parking structure here. You see most of the parking structure, of course, from College Street. And then this is the elevation from North Lexington Avenue, and you can really see the grade change across the site here. There is a level to the access point to the lower level of the parking structure. What I would say about the building design, the new design, it does emphasize the base middle cap orientation, which is one of the recommended recommended orientation methods for the building, any building in the downtown in the UDO. The base section proposes a higher proportion of stone material. The middle section incorporates stone in a lighter color and uses more glass in larger spans to increase the lightness of the structure. The treatment of caps for tall buildings is given special emphasis in the UDO and the downtown master plan. The cap portion of the building proposes use of more glass than stone, and metal panels and other detailing provide a well-defined ornamental finish to the project. One item, however, does require a condition through the approval process. It relates to the east side of the building on North Pack Square. When an existing building has conditions that don't meet current code requirements, like UDO code requirements, they can continue forward without compliance unless they change things. And so on the front side, this is being changed, and it's going from that, what I showed in that photo is mostly open, to about a 60% fenestration or openness here through glass doors or other features, which is just a little below what our requirement is on a key pedestrian street. So they will be asking for a condition which you all are able to grant through the approval. This reduction is partially the result of a design intention to satisfy that base middle cap orientation. The fenestration standard is in place because it enhances the character of downtown Asheville by providing features of visual interest at the sidewalk for the benefit of pedestrians by defining the scale between ground floors and upper floors. So we still have a greater amount of ground floor fenestration, or in a different format than what's above, so it makes a distinction there. Staff is supportive of the condition to modify the standard because it is the result of a unified building design. And along with that new plaza space in front, we think it'll be very active, and it includes wider sidewalks. So that sort of meets the intent of that standard. In addition to that, the Downtown Commission, Planning and Zoning Commission both recommended approval of and support of that condition. One other thing, the developers asked for some flexibility in the mix of uses, especially between the hotel room amounts and the condo amounts. So as the final plans are developed, the number of hotel rooms and the number of residential rooms could change. The developers asked that some flexibility to reconfigure the final count so that approximately 20 hotel rooms, which is equivalent of one floor I showed you on that plan, may be substituted for up to 7 residential units. And that could happen without further review or reconsideration by council. That's what they're asking for. The project has been reviewed by the Technical Review Committee, the Downtown Commission, as I mentioned, and the Planning and Zoning Commission. We provided the minutes for those meetings in your packet. As required by the ordinance, the developer also held a meeting for neighbors on October 14th and reported that about 20 people attended the meeting. We've reviewed the proposal, comparing it or considering it against the Asheville 2025 Comprehensive Plan, which recognizes the importance of redevelopment and reinvestment, especially in the downtown area where intense development is appropriate and where infrastructure is in place to support the development. Also, the center city portion of that plan supports the high-quality architecture with new construction while respecting historical context and the creation of pedestrian environments and other open spaces that are pleasant, visually interesting, and welcoming to visitors. The downtown master plan component of that emphasizes the importance of new development projects to improve sidewalks along their frontage areas and to meet defined standards such as the minimum 10-foot standard or greater, which is mostly the condition we have on this site plan. It also calls attention to the importance of building caps for taller buildings to enhance the skyline of downtown Asheville. Staff recommends approval of the proposed Level 3 conditional zoning application with a condition and find it consistent with city-adopted plans and strategic goals for development. And this concludes my portion of the presentation. I can answer any questions for you.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. One on the passenger unloading site on Broadway. Looking at the picture there, it doesn't look wide enough for a car to pass, but that's a full lane, the unloading area?
Let's see, I'll move that out there for you. Yeah, that's meant to be the same width as a parking space. So they're usually about 7 or 8 feet. And then you can pass by it on this way up. There's one lane heading southbound, and that will stay in place.
But it'll eliminate the parking spaces there, right?
That's correct.
And then it eliminates the sidewalks on College and Patton are being widened, and that's eliminating parking spaces as well, right?
Right, this area here would propose to remove 2 parking spaces and widen the sidewalk, but a lot of it has to do with the ingress, egress at that location.
But further along there, where the other 3 trees are indicated, will there still be parking there?
Yes.
Okay, and then on the College Street side, is that going to eliminate parking along?
I'm sorry, on College Street?
Over there, yeah, is that going to eliminate parking by widening that sidewalk?
No, there's a loading zone that will, in place, that will remain in place, and there's no on-street spaces along that.
Is there any at all? Okay.
People just stop there.
No, right.
Yeah, there's a loading zone that will continue there, and it's well utilized by the community.
Yeah, okay, the other question, right, okay, good, thanks for reminding me on that. The other question I had is on the views of the building. There was no indication of signage, and I found we were very surprised on a previous project when signs turned out to be rather brighter and more visible than we expected, and there's no sign there. What might be a sign on the building?
Well, the sign ordinance will govern that. It does, I don't have all the regs in front of me.
It'll be a separate
Yeah, it would just
approval?
be what's allowed by right in the downtown area.
Okay.
Is what we propose.
But we eliminated the light option.
Right.
Right, the shining up and the neon, I think, and those kinds of things are not allowed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Is
you.
that what is the round feature at the top?
It's an ornament.
Well, I wasn't sure if it was a
round feature.
your applicant.
This is truly the top of the building here, where my pen is going. That is sort of a section line.
That's all that is, okay.
Center.
I wasn't sure. We just thought to ask, we just.
Is that the ball that drops at New Year's?
All the time, we just gotta check.
So I've got a question, Esther, sort of along the same lines as Cecil's about those 2 sets of parking spaces. So with regard to those, I mean, that is a place, I know, particularly on weekends and popular evenings, where a lot of people back up on the sidewalk, but do we have 16-foot sidewalks anywhere else in the city?
We have 17-foot sidewalks in front of Pritchard Park along College Street.
Okay.
And we have outside dining for about 9 feet of that, and then another 7, 8 feet is open.
Okay.
But we do have wide sidewalks across the street here at South Pack Square. I don't show it on this site plan, but there is expanded areas there. And then, of course, the park has all kinds of sidewalk areas there.
And was the main reason behind eliminating those 2 parking spaces, I seem to recall was it mainly a visual and safety issue for people kind of coming in and out?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then on the front, I mean, I hear you that people maybe just be stopping and dropping people off right now, but part of that reason may be because there's not another vehicle entrance to the main floor of that building. And so I'm wondering if you talked about, if people can just go around the block and pull up into the parking lot, do we need to lose those 2 spaces?
That's a great question. I think we debated it with our technical staff, including transportation and police and public works and fire, and all. The final conclusion was that this it doesn't have to change, but if it changed, this is not a bad solution, because what's happening out there, what they proposed to happen here is already happening without facilities, and so it makes a situation that's awkward, and the police get frustrated with that kind of a condition, and it backs things up through the lights. So they feel like this will be a help, and with that kind of on-the-ground knowledge, I felt more comfortable with the change in this direction.
And that wouldn't be just for hotel guests or
No,
people there, it would be anybody who's
Full
going into
loading
that
zone,
building
right.
could use that and drop off and.
That's right. It's for the area of downtown.
Right.
Yeah. I'll leave these plans up and we can refer to them if anything else comes out.
Before Alan.
I have a comment. It's not a question for you, Alan. I'm not going to hold you.
You're free.
So I've got some kind of general concerns around the project, but what I wanted to bring up right now is just kind of more general context within which.
Gordon, do we want to hear from the applicant first, or do you want to do it now?
If it's all right.
Okay, all right, we are going to hear from the applicant, but go ahead.
Yeah. And this may be helpful for the applicant's presentation. I wanted to talk a little bit about the context within which this project is coming forward, because it's been a topic of community conversation, and I want to just go ahead and introduce it so it's not the elephant in the room. We have an occupancy tax problem where the hotel industry retains the entirety of the occupancy tax for marketing and product development as it sees fit. This past summer, we had a big controversy about this when the city and county approached our hotel industry partners and requested that we come together to cooperate to have an equitable distribution of that occupancy tax. That conversation was denied. There was an end around done, and that law was changed to increase the tax and cut the city out, with none of the money committed to public safety, public infrastructure, or other public needs like affordable housing. We know that the hotel industry has a wage problem, that low wages are not helping people get ahead in this city, and that they're contributing to the affordable housing crisis that we're experiencing here. We know that the hotel industry historically has had a local business problem, where it's forced out local businesses. And we know that there's been an infrastructure problem in regards to the number of visitors that are coming to the city and the city not seeing any return on the infrastructure tax. So Asheville is made up of people, families trying to live their lives. We are not a brand to sell. We are a city full of people. And so I think that tonight, in addition to looking at a building that I haven't heard anyone say is pretty, but the recognition that the BBT is ugly, but exploitation of the city of Asheville is uglier. So what I want to extend my hand tonight is that I have some concerns about this project, and I have concerns that could be ameliorated if the applicant were willing to consider this greater context and consider living wages, consider local business, consider affordable housing, to consider being an advocate for the people of the city of Asheville in equitably redistributing the occupancy tax for public needs. These are all things that are on my mind tonight, and I wanted to get them off my chest.
Okay, anyone else have any comments before we hear from the applicant or questions for staff? All right, I'm not sure who with the applicant is going to speak first, but please state your name and let us know how many folks from the applicant would like to speak, just to give us an idea. I understand you need about 15 to 20 minutes to.
Mayor, members of the council, I'm John Cook. My address is 555 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. There'll be 3 people speaking on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you.
And I'm obviously first. Respectfully, I want to just call your attention to something that you've already talked about tonight, which is BB&T, formerly the Northwest Bank building. It's been downtown Asheville for over 50 years. Whether you like the building or you don't, it's visible from every spot in Asheville. It's at the top of Pack Square. It's the tallest building. I want you to imagine what downtown's going to look like if the BB&T building looks different. I ask you to consider that because, as I said, the BB&T building is over 50 years old. It would take some imagination. What you have before you tonight is a rare opportunity. It's rare when there is a project that's proposed to redevelop, repurpose, and take an existing building to conform it to your guidelines for development and to turn it into a mixed-use 21st century activity center. It's rare for for 4 reasons I can think of. These are all private sector things. These aren't things the city can do anything about. First of all, you have to have a building that's ready to be remade. And it's now at that point. Secondly, you have to have a landlord who can work with the tenants so that they can relocate, because you need the building to be vacant to be able to do this kind of major project. Third thing you need is an owner and a developer who has a sustainable vision, and it's a pretty significant sustainable vision for how this building is going to be repurposed and redeveloped. Fourth, you need a developer and owner who has the ability to attract the investment. Redevelopment projects of existing buildings are not easy to finance. There's not $1 public money in this application. So it's a rare opportunity, I suggest, one that may only come once every 50 years. Let me also suggest to you another rare aspect of the record that's before you. This is a significant development. Significant developments in urban areas attract a lot of public comment about the design. Frequently, there's organized opposition to it. Here, this project's gone through a meeting with the neighbors, the Downtown Commission, the P&Z Commission, the TRC, and there is no organized opposition in this record to this development. That is equally a rare occurrence. So what I would suggest to you that is, after reviewing the application, the recommendations from 3 separate city agencies in support of this project, and holding the public hearing, that the record will show to you that this project should be approved. There's no plausible reason to deny this project and to deny the citizens the opportunity to have a different looking BB&T building that is going to be a mixed-use development that is a 21st century activity center. Specifically, let me just say to you, the application proposes a mixture of uses in your central business district. Your own code says the central business district is the primary retail, hotel, cultural, and entertainment center of the town. So my point to you on this is, it's the one reason that this has not attracted any kind of opposition as it's gone through the process, is that this is a quality application, an application that in fact is very suitable for its surroundings. Secondly, that this application satisfies every applicable city plan and policy. Third, the application satisfies every technical standard except for the one modification that was mentioned to you. That's pretty extraordinary when you have a 17 or 18-story building that's trying to comply with your new regulations and codes, that there's only one modification, and that is a modification, as was pointed out by staff, to make this compliant with some of your other guidelines in the city. And finally, the application satisfies every standard applicable to conditional uses. So as I reviewed your code, it satisfies all the requirements in your zoning ordinance, and therefore should be approved. Mr. Eric Rowland is going to speak to the design elements of this project as they improve the community, and then Mr. McKimmon is going to speak to his vision for the project and his personal values. Thank you.
My name is Eric Rowan. I'm the Vice President of Development for MHG Tower LLC. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, city staff, and members of our community, I'd like to take an opportunity to thank you for the opportunity to speak about our project. I'm going to be brief, and all I really want to do, Alan did a great job highlighting a lot of the things that we did for this project from a design perspective, but I'd like to go back through a couple of items which I think are noteworthy. As part of this redevelopment, we will be investing an estimated $750,000 towards construction improvements of the areas surrounding our building and in the public realm. We're going to be replacing and widening sidewalks on all sides of the building, redesigning the entire plaza that fronts North Pack Square, removing the existing large planters at Pack Square and replacing them with small sloped landscape beds to create a more open, inviting, softer connection to the elevated outdoor dining area, which has been added and will activate the sidewalk fronting North Pack Square. We'll be adding additional outdoor dining that will overlook both College and Patton Street, or Patton, for additional street front activation. At the corner of College and North Pack Square, we'll be cutting back the tall existing retaining wall and incorporating a new curved terraced wall with planters and glass rail to create sight lines with activity above. The new curved wall, which will be set back, and the new extended sidewalk bulb out at the intersection of College and Broadway will open up the pedestrian zone, align the crosswalks, and allow the much-needed additional queuing for pedestrians. We've added over 1,600 square feet of retail with storefront on College Street at the basement level in place of the blank masonry wall that exists today. We'll be narrowing the loading bay on College as it exists today and screening it with a decorative gate. To add interest for pedestrians along College Street, where we are proposing a parking deck, we'll be adding a decorative pedestrian grand stair which leads to the hotel arrival plaza above. On Lexington, we'll be widening the sidewalk, and as Alan mentioned, it'll be extending onto property owned by MHG Tower. We've added an additional public area at the corner of Lexington and Patton by using the dead corner of the garage, and we'll utilize this for an art wall with local art, and again, we have widened the sidewalk. The new parking deck for this development will have reserved spaces for the residents of the condominium on the 2 lower levels, with the hotel arrival and check-in parking at the top level. The hotel guests will have valet and self-parking in the parking deck across the street at 16 Biltmore. When the projects are completed, even at peak occupancy, there will be about 100 additional parking spaces available to the public at night, and as many as 200 available during the day. Between the two projects, we'll be building nearly 400 new parking spaces with private funds in downtown Asheville. We're really proud of the design that we've produced for this project. We've spent a tremendous amount of time carefully evaluating how best to create an iconic, high-quality design for this very important visible building, which is much larger than its surrounding context. Our architect has spent a great deal of time studying the neighboring projects and some of the great architecture that exists around downtown Asheville. They've looked at inspiration through the detailing of many other great projects that relate to this one, like some of the metalwork seen here. In redesigning this tower, there were many important issues that the team focused on. It was important that we address the proportions of the existing tower, the scale of the surrounding context, and the new building materials to be used for this redevelopment. The facade now emphasizes improved proportions of the building, clearly defining the base, middle, and top. The implied step back of the base helps the building to better relate to its surrounding context and scale of the adjacent buildings. We've used a mixture of high-quality materials for the building, which include a stone rusticated base, which also includes custom metalwork grills designed by local artists. The middle building is more transitional with punched openings and storefront, using metal accents as it transitions to the predominantly glass upper section, which is capped by a decorative metalwork cornice. We've also incorporated vertical elements on each side of the building, which breaks up the facade to help create verticality in the building massing. As you can see, there's no backside of our building. The tower has equal interest on all four sides since visibility is consistent from all directions, both far and near. I guess in closing, I want to show some slides of before and after pictures so you guys could kind of see what the building looks like today and what we are proposing for tomorrow. First one is from Pax Square. This is from College and Broadway. The next one is from Patton and Biltmore. The next one is from Patton and Lexington. And then the final one is from Lexington and College. We've studied this project design for over 2 years. We've worked with many different people in the community and with the city staff regarding what this building could be. As you know, the project has been recommended for approval by the TRC, the Downtown Commission, and Planning and Zoning. We've also held our neighborhood meeting, which also yielded a great support of our proposed design. We've really taken all the feedback that we've received very seriously, and after going through many different design concepts and directions and countless refinements, we feel that the approach that we've taken is very appropriate for this important building based on the existing conditions that we were presented with in and around this project. And if I could, I'd like to call up our Chairman, John McKibben, to say some more words about the project, please.
Thanks, Eric. I'm John McKibben. I live at 32 West Haven Drive in Asheville a good bit of the year. And I know each of y'all know me. I've been around for about 20 years doing business here, and I've met and talked to a lot of you in the past. And, you know, I follow the Citizens Times. I read that every day, WLOS. And against the recommendations of others, I read the comments, which can really be enlightening at times. But you know what I love? I love the fact that this is one passionate community. That is so important because I know communities that are full of apathy and they don't work well. And I know the council has the pulse of the community, and I've listened to what you've said in the past. And for Councilman Bothwell, I know how you feel about the design of the loft and those neon lights. I want to say, first of all, I want to say that I worked a lot harder on this design. And a couple of years ago, I requested that from Starwood that we turn off the neon lights. I got approval, and actually I turned off those lights almost a year ago, so they are gone. They're not coming back. There will not be any neon lights on this building. So. Councilman Smith, I know how passionate you are about the living wage and many other topics that you mentioned earlier. You and I have talked about it. And this wage situation is absolutely not unique to Asheville. It is really a national problem. But I want you to know that we will pay the living wage for our full-time employees at this project. And I think I may be the first person to ever come before you and commit that I would do that to the council. And not only that, but we also have a 401k plan that we match. We have profit sharing. We have many benefits for our people. My business is nothing but people. Without our people, we have nothing. And just, if you don't know this, at our Loft Hotel, we've been voluntarily paying the living wage there for almost a year. So we are going to do this. There's just no doubt about it. And a lot of the council members have had concerns about other things. One is you want us to support the local art scene here. And absolutely we'll do that. We have a tremendous amount of art in our Loft Hotel, and it's all produced by local artists, and it's beautiful. You don't want any national chains here, absolutely. We are not going to have any national chains in this building. We're going to absolutely get local or maybe regional tenants. But as my commitment there, again, back to the Aloft, we have 2 spaces there. We leased one to the Blackbird Restaurant, a local group, and the other, we actually waited 2 years, let it sit empty 2 years until we finally found the right tenant, Diamond Brand, local company, great product. So we'll do the same thing in this project. We will hire local, and we'll use transit. I actually was not aware of the passport program until Council Mayfield brought this up to me. We've already looked into it. I think this is something that might work. And I also want to add that the car sharing program is something that we want to do. And we can reserve a spot in the garage we're building for this car, because I mean it's going to help us as much as it'll help our residents and our hotel guests. And of course, I read the comments about the tourists wearing out the sidewalks, and I will have to admit that I agree. After 100 years, these sidewalks need a lot of work. There's no doubt about it. And so, as you've heard, we're going to widen the sidewalks. I mean, it's going to be amazing what we're doing there. Widen the sidewalks, we're going to beautify them, and we are spending $750,000 of our money on city property to make that happen. You're going to absolutely love that. Affordable housing. Again, this is a national epidemic. It is a real problem, and it's a problem here in Asheville. And as you know, I've been involved in this community for a while. But even my daughter, who lives in Austin, has had to move further away from downtown because she cannot afford the rents because they keep going up. So I'm aware of this. And it's not a tourism problem, it's a community problem. The Mountain Housing Opportunity Group, they have 252 units, only 8 of those are people that work in hotels. So it's really a whole community issue that we need to work on together. But to help in this effort, I'm committing $250,000 to the Asheville Affordable Housing Trust. And this is just a start, though. I'm going to work with the Mountain Housing Opportunities and other groups to, with cash, and one other thing we've got great development expertise, and we're going to help with that as well. And we're going to grow the supply, or help grow, of affordable housing, and we can actually feel like we can make Asheville a national model to address this problem. And then a final very, very touchy issue is the Tourism Development Authority. And I serve on that board. And I've read the Facebook site, which is calling, you may be here tonight, calling for a moratorium on hotels until the hoteliers give the tax to the city. I promise you, all those hoteliers out there would love that. No more hotels, they would absolutely love that. But that's not the solution. It sounds good, it's not the solution. And tourism is our primary industry here. It always has been. And I want to say that Asheville has probably the very best CVB in the country. They've had a reputation for years. They've got a great staff that works extremely hard, a great director. And the TDA board members, the majority of those are not even hoteliers, and especially not in the city. So really, we got people that really commit a lot of volunteer time to make that organization work, to improve tourism here. Maybe they're doing too good of a job, but you know what? It really is important to our community, and they're working hard. 100% of the hotel tax comes from out-of-town visitors, not a penny from locals. So, I mean, it is a good thing. But you know what? We do need to modify the tax, the way it's structured. And from the beginning, I pushed to get the majority of this new tax for capital projects. I mean, Mayor, you know that. That has been something that I have not been happy about since the tax went in. And currently, 75% of the tax goes for marketing and 25% for capital projects. We need to modify that percentage, and we need to work together with the state to make that happen, and I will support that. Well, it would be great if we could have some kind of flexibility so when the economy's bad, we can spend more on marketing, and when it's great like it is now, we can spend less and more on capital. And the capital is a great thing. And we are an authority. We work for the city and the county. But it's a great way to spend the money. We recently committed $3.8 million to city projects. These projects were for greenways, they were for soccer fields, the nature center, and for museums. And you know what? These projects will be used more by locals than by tourists. But it's a great mix because the tourists will use them too. I mean, that's what we want to do with the money. We want to take more of the money and spend it in that direction. I know we got a lot of new council members, and I know the community has asked you to help slow the growth, and we've had lots of growth. But all the cities in the South are having this kind of growth. And I know the issue about no more hotels, but the fact is, tomorrow someone could go down to City Hall and file for a level 2 hotel. And if they meet all the requirements, they can get it done. So really, you've got a lot of work ahead of you to deal with this issue. This one hotel tonight is not going to solve that issue. It's something that you have before you. So I've tried to give you something to take back to your constituents, something that will kind of balance it out. And a year from now, a few years from now, I don't think people are going to remember that you voted for a hotel. I think they're going to remember that you voted for a project that put money into affordable housing and repaired the building that has really been an eyesore for many years, that has been in our community for 50 years. So now I'm just asking you to weigh all the issues and make a decision tonight that will be good for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're almost
So
done.
We have this real annoying no clapping rule. I'm sorry. So it already happened once tonight. I thought we were done, but I hear the appreciation. People want to convey their appreciation, so.
Thank you. This is our last speaker. This is Mr. Glenn Wilcox. He's my 50/50 partner in the project, and yes, everybody knows him, so I will turn it over to you. Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for giving me this opportunity to speak. I could speak for 25 or 30 minutes because I'm so excited about this project and having a partner like John McKibben. But I decided to write down just several things that's really close to my heart, and I'm going to read them to you. Our building was built in 1965. Wilcox Travel was privileged to be one of the first tenants in the building. I've been a resident of Asheville for over 50 years, and there's no other place on earth I would rather live, and I'm in the travel business and I've been all over the world. The city has been very, very good to me. I have tried my best to back the community in a lot of areas. 28 years ago, the owners of the building were in bankruptcy. I and a few other investors borrowed the money to buy the building to save it. For several years, I've wanted to do my very best for downtown Asheville, and I wanted to find a way to give new life to this building. I feel fortunate to have found John McKibben, a highly respected businessman who has over 40 years' experience in development of prime real estate. In 2014, John and I became the sole 50/50 partners of the building. As soon as possible, we need to move forward with our plans. Since the majority of our tenants have already moved out and the building will be empty soon. With approval of this zoning, we can continue our extensive redevelopment plans for a beautiful and vibrant community. I think developing this project area in our city will be one of the best things that's happened in downtown for many, many years and will benefit the county, the city, the community, John, and me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so we've heard From the applicant, are there any other speakers from the applicant? No? All right, I'm going to open the public hearing. Let's see. At this time, we'll open the public hearing. Those wishing to speak on this item can just raise their hand, and I'll call on folks. You have 3 minutes to speak. Watch the lights on the lectern, and if you're speaking for a group, you can speak for up to 10 minutes. Don't feel compelled to take all 10 minutes. But those that waive their time for you cannot speak on this item. So Dave, I think you were first the races, and just make your way up here, and everyone begin by stating your name. Thank you.
I'll be brief. My name is Dave Nutter, an active resident of Asheville, and a community planner with experience in redevelopment, revitalization, and downtown. I would like to speak to the local services and design benefits that I believe One West Tower will give back to our community. One West Tower restores beauty to a blighted skyscraper, for so long dark and featureless, a fading icon. I walk the city and see this tower for miles out in all directions. Its rediscovery will create a conscious landmark for all citizens. Its enlivenment will add to the city's spirit. A city is a gathering of trade routes that create more trade and give safe harbor to a diversity of ethnic groups. In the ancient cities of the Roman Republic, there was always a principal north-south street, the Cardo Maximus, our combination of Biltmore, Broadway, and Merriman, and an intersecting east-west one, the Decumanus Maximus, our Patton and College. The convergence of the two became the Forum. The renewed tower transforms the walking and transit interchange between East and West Asheville by rebuilding sidewalks, improving 4th Street corners touching on or near Pack Square. It supports the public realm with active people uses, including housing and retail, meeting space, and hotel. It opens up the building with new windows and doors where there was only drab blankness before. The project will remove all the existing skin of the building and add new glass and hard surface materials. Over 18 floors. Who would have ever expected that? It is extraordinary investment in Asheville. Its redesign applies the classical rule of the tripartite division of the column to an emboldened architecture. Its rooftop decorations are attractive and will be seen from near and far. The tower brings new private investment. It will pay a large amount in taxes to support public education, affordable housing, emergency services, and social and economic programs for all residents. It bolsters local businesses. The state now places us under dangerous fiscal duress. We must have private investment or our ideals will be damaged and our best chances ruined. This project contributes to the integration of our people by contributing physically, economically, and socially at the center. Thank you very much. I hope you will approve this fine piece of work.
Perfectly timed. That's an excellent example of how to do this. Over, Kim, how about you? You guys need to tell me if we gotta do the break, because we're like way past our part.
My name's Kim McQueen. I'm a resident and a business owner downtown. I will not be referencing ancient Rome.
That was a high bar.
But I am here tonight to support the rehabbing of the BB&T Tower. Not so much the design, but some of the enhancements that the project will bring to town. We in Asheville have spent a lot of time and effort in attempts to define what our community stands for and what we want to be. And I think of such values as more affordable housing options, living wages, unchaining Asheville and supporting local businesses, supporting local artists, and the idea that it's better to upfit an existing building than to tear it down and rebuild it. Over and over in my 21 years in Asheville, I've heard these values affirmed as those that define us. The BB&T project is an opportunity for City Council to illustrate that we don't just mouth those values, we embrace and support them. Mr. McGibbon has pledged $250,000 to the Affordable Housing Trust, committed to a no national tenant policy, committed to paying full-time workers a living wage, which I believe will have a ripple effect to other hotel owners and large employers in Asheville. He's committed to hiring local wherever possible and to commissioning local artists for the building's collection. You know, you'll always find people who don't want to do anything, who want no change because that's easier. But the McGibbon project is change for the better for all of Asheville. Besides improving downtown, pedestrian flow, another value we purport to support, and landscaping downtown, this project promises to improve our housing availability and our progress toward livable wages. I urge you to support this ambitious project because I think it will do great things for Asheville. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat, want to come? Break? Break? Just get it done. I'm kind of trembling.
Mayor, members of council, I'm Pat Whalen. I'm the president of Public Interest Projects. I've been working on downtown Asheville for about 30 years. I've worked with John McKibbon and his team. I've been impressed with their flexibility and their willingness to work with our community. John McKibbon has personally made a huge commitment to Asheville, which we've all seen. He's become a great contributing member of our community. On this project, they've made a number of important commitments to the community in line with what we want for our downtown and what we would like to see from our business community. The BB&T is a 50-year-old building. It's not been one of Asheville's aesthetic favorites over the years. It needs major refreshment. In many cities, a project like this, perhaps not now, but in another decade or two, would end up needing local tax money to make the changes that are needed. In this case, Mr. Wilcox, John McKibbon, and his team have stepped up to take it on. Their design will be an attractive addition in a very key downtown location, as David has pointed out. It will be a great example of what the private sector can do to help our city. Downtown has a number of other pressing needs that the public sector is going to need to step up on. We need much more off-street parking. We need wider sidewalks on all our key pedestrian streets with a consistent design. We need an expanded CBD to share the focus of our many visitors and to allow for more density and more mixed-income housing in places like Lee Walker Heights. I know you all have a difficult job, but we badly need your leadership. Approval of this project is a step in the right direction. Your leadership on these other issues as well will help us be the kind of national model for urban livability that Asheville deserves to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Who else? Byron, you want to? Oh. Yeah, I'm almost ready.
Mayor, Council, Byron Griner, Downtown Commission, full-time realtor. One thing that I thought no one brought out was that this building has single pane glass all throughout, so it's really kind of interesting to see that the whole building will be refaced. It's a wonderful renovation of existing building, providing jobs, tax revenue, and new beauty to our skyline. I want to point out that the design team met with the Downtown Commission numerous times to do lots of renovations to this. They've worked really hard on it. Every time we've worked with them, they've been very cooperative and very listening, and we end up with a better design. The building will be given much needed new life, excitement, and energy to the streetscape with dining and retail, much as the Grove Arcade did in 2002 when I opened my restaurant on the corner. The developer is a resident, an active participant in the community, and he supports many nonprofits. The building will provide much-needed meeting space for groups, for both national and international groups that want to bring conventions to Asheville, and we have a deficit of meeting rooms. We currently have a high demand for condos, and we have almost no supply. In fact, every time we list a condo, we sell it. So we have very little opportunity to offer supplies of condos. And that's partly to do with the fact that parking, as was mentioned tonight, costs between $15,000 and $20,000 per space. So everybody's opting for some other type of housing, and condos do require parking. Finally, your appointed boards, the Downtown Commission and Planning and Zoning, have approved this. And I think that speaks volumes without any opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda, Linda, if you want to go ahead. Yes. Yeah.
My name is Linda Brown. I live at 35 Grove Street downtown, and if there was a neighbors meeting, I missed it. We did have an election on November 3rd. People do not want more hotels. If you don't believe me, you could hold a referendum, and in the meantime, hold a moratorium. But above all, we need an audit of the hotel tax to see where $14 million a year goes to, including salaries and bonuses. This project is a hotel and condo. Hotels and condos widen the income gap between the rich and the poor. And when I say poor, 50% of Asheville makes less than $15 an hour. Hotels and condos will drive up land prices, rent, and they pay low wages. Now, if you're for Bernie Sanders for president, or if you admire Elizabeth Warren, or if you plan to go to the prayer breakfast for Martin Luther King Day, you can't. You cannot. You should take those names out of your vocabulary, because none of those three people would agree with widening the gap between the rich and the poor. If you went on Google and typed in gentrification, and that's what we're talking about. We're talking about an avalanche of hotels and condos and a $1.7 million penthouse condo. What we're talking about is gentrification, and you can look at cities from Houston to Austin to Bethesda, Maryland, and the result is the same. This is not my evidence. It's out there for the public to read. Gentrification pushes out the poor. And in our community, 50% of the people make less than $15. I'm not surprised that Mr. McKibben has made concessions. After all, we gave him, City Council gave him $14 million, a gift of a parking garage under his Aloft Hotel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Walter Rapetsky, and I'm an instructor at AB Tech in the Culinary Arts and Hospitality Education Department. Excuse me, sore voice, students are back, and everyone's sick, okay? A stakeholder you don't hear from. We teach culinary arts and hospitality education. Over the past year, students bring articles in my office and classroom weekly saying, why the hostility toward hospitality? Hospitality is part of your solution, not part of your problem. Our graduates average between $25,000 and $54,000 out the door. Okay? We have great career opportunities here in hospitality. I've been doing business with Mr. McKibben's company before I met him over the last 20 years. He hands out 7 $1,000 scholarships a year to our students. Our culinary team had no money to compete nationally. He donated $25,000. He hires our students part-time during the school year to work with their schedules. He hires them on internship, on a growth program, and he hires our graduates out the door on salaried management positions. Hospitality is part of the solution. Hospitality has more minority and women managers than any industry in the country. You can move up. If you're going to castigate hotels, let's look at grocery stores, let's look at retail. But I can tell you, Mr. McKibben has been supporting the students of our community for the past 20 years. There needs to be an end to the acerbic conversation in the paper. If you claim to be inclusive, please include us. I am located in the Magnolia Building on AB Tech campus, and we provide a service to the community and the jobs our students get upon graduation. I wanted to bring students here tonight. They're all working, all right? And these students, they're bartending tonight, they're serving, and they're going to make $100 to $150 tonight waiting on tables. Where else can you do that to help get through college? This is an incredible industry. We are part of the solution to work with city, not against. And it's just, the students in our programs, they're getting disheartened by this one-way conversation. So I wish the tone of the conversation would change, and I wish there'd be a little greater awareness of what our industry does provide. Hey, $3 million in property tax revenue every year? Come on, that's pretty good.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. You hanging in there? Everyone hanging in there?
Good evening. My name is Andrew Fletcher. I'm a member of the Asheville Busters Collective, a professional musician in town for the past 6 years. I'm also an applicant for the Downtown Commission. I'd like to say a few things about Mr. McKibben and his proposal. I have a lot of good things to say about what he proposed, a $250,000 contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund, the living wage for full-time employees. I think these are very strong things. I think the reason that we see a man like Mr. McKibben saying them is because the people of the city have asked you to flex your muscle and get people that want to develop here to do things like this. And so I'd like to thank the cooperation between those things to see those kind of results. I think that's very strong. But there's a lot of holes in this. First off, only full-time employees. That's a red flag to me. Second off, I've played music at the Indigo at the Aloft Hotel, and I regularly decline playing there because I don't consider a living wage for myself to play there on Saturday night, which is supposed to be my highest paying night of the week. So I would definitely push back on these items that he has to say. However, as a busker, though, the redesign of the public space around Pack Square, I'm very happy to see. The city has not been able to widen sidewalks in many places through lack of, for budgetary concerns. I'm very pleased to see $750,000 of private funds being used to expand these spaces. And I see potential places for the wonderful musicians in this town to be performing around that building and in a safe way, which has been a concern at other locations. So I'm very glad to see that. I know the buskers are excited for this change to happen, of course, after the construction. But one of the things that I think is very good about this is we go in a direction away from what has happened to Times Square and New Yorkers. You can't find a New Yorker in Times Square. And if you do, they're slinging $50 lasagnas at an Olive Garden. I would like to see Asheville remain to be a place that the downtown center is a place for locals to be at, not a Times Square like New York City is where no one wants to be if you live there and are studiously avoid it. I think that this proposal has a very good chance of doing that, and I'd love to see a similar project happen to the I Am Pay building to light up the entirety of Pack Square. I'm very excited to see the amount of pedestrians that are going to be moving through here safely on these expanded sidewalks. And the other thing I'd like to push back on is the national problem excuse. National problems, that means we're going to wait around for a national solution. No, the people of the city expect a local problem, because it has a local effect, to have a local solution. And so I don't want to see the idea of a national problem used to discard the problems that affect people that live in this city, like myself and my friends that work in the service industry. I would very much like to see a continuation of efforts to expand living wages. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Scott Owen, and I'd like to talk about some things I haven't heard expressed here in the meeting tonight. Sometimes when we look at a situation, we look at a problem, we look at the pieces of the problem, and in looking at the pieces of the problem, we miss the whole. When we consider global climate change, we don't look at a single car going down the road and say, there's the problem to our climate change, but each car as a piece adds to the whole. Right now we have a problem in Asheville that most everyone acknowledges, which is that we are growing our tourist industry too fast. We have 7 hotels planned for the downtown area, another 8 for the Buncombe County area. The decisions that you all make in the next year or two and tonight are going to affect the future for many years to come. You won't be able to remove the hotels once they're here. In the same way that one car is not the blame for global climate change, one hotel is not to blame for the building up of the industry that we have here. But each individual hotel combined does create the problem. I don't expect that my words here are going to change your vote. I imagine you will vote however it was that you were planning on voting before you came in here. But Asheville does need to address the problem of overgrowth, over-advertising, and the situation that's going on here. Every hotel that you add adds more to our traffic. It adds more to the congestion on our sidewalks. It adds more to the burden on our infrastructure. Well, you all know what the tourist problem adds. And most everyone in the community is very much concerned about this. It's not like a lot of people are saying, yay, we need way more tourism. Asheville has been a tourist town historically for many years, and it's worked pretty well for the city. But now we're entering into a place where we're having mega tourism. We're going to be entering into a time where tourism is going to be extremely much more impacting what's happening in our city than it is right now. I don't really expect you to necessarily deny Mr. McKibben his hotel, but you're going to have to do something at some point to rein in the industry. And this is a pretty good place to start. You have to start somewhere. And I know it's a difficult choice for everyone, but I wish you well in your decisions and how you make your choices.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, you all decide. Okay, Tim. Go.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. Once again, I'm Timothy Sadler, and I would like to speak in favor of this project with one caveat, and that is the point that Mr. Fletcher brought up around part-time workers having a living wage. I do think that that's an important thing to request. That being said, you know, I attend a lot of public meetings, as many of you all know, and you know, I've had the great opportunity to meet Mr. McKibben and many of his team, Eric Rowan, and you know, they really have been amazing in this process in terms of being open to suggestion. I'm proud to say that a couple of my suggestions were integrated into the project. And, you know, to Mr. Owen's point about reining in the industry, I would posit that tonight we actually are accomplishing that by setting the McKibben standard, which is what I would think of as the gold standard for a hotelier. What he's doing to offset the issues of gentrification that a project brings by adding to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, expanding our infrastructure, I would posit that we're looking at a gold standard for a hotelier, and I would ask for your unanimous support here for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. And if anyone else would like to speak tonight, can you just give me a show of hands so we can kind of gauge what, so I got 2 back there. Anybody else? You're sort of raising your hand over here, so maybe 3. All right, okay, great, go ahead, thank you. Please just state your name for the record.
Hi, my name's Talia Winningham. I'm 26 and I'm a college grad living in Asheville. I work 2 jobs and live under the poverty line and work many odd jobs on the side to make ends meet. And I would really like to see downtown be a place where young people have a stake in Asheville, not just in where they work, being employed in hospitality or in restaurants, but in where they live and in their creative expression in music and arts, in all of these things. And I think that I'm not one to compromise on this issue, because I think a compromise is perpetuating the problem that this industry has created and has exploited in Asheville on the backs of the people here who live and work. And I think at a certain point you have to say enough is enough. And yeah, I agree. I think the part-time workers is not getting living wage is a huge red flag. At being someone who works like multiple part-time jobs and having many friends who also work multiple part-time jobs, like they work those multiple part-time jobs because they don't have living wage in one job. And it's interesting to be such a young person in this space here tonight and to see so few young people, because so many people are out there working those less than living wage jobs and not able to come testify to you all tonight. So I just invite you to think about what stake you'd like young people to have in the place of downtown beyond work. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, in the back row over here, there were a couple folks. We're ready? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Good evening. Elizabeth Button. I'm an owner of Heirloom Hospitality Group, which owns Kurite and Night Bell restaurants downtown Asheville. We opened Kurite over 5 years ago now. We moved to Asheville to open this independent family-owned restaurant. We made a commitment to Asheville that we were going to be a living wage certified organization and a sustainable organization. We now offer health insurance. I'm saying all this because I feel a little defensive about the hospitality industry right now too. And we met John McKibben when he was getting ready to open the Aloft Hotel, and I was very impressed with him then, and I continue to be more impressed with him. He not only is offering living wages, albeit to full-time people, but whatever. He's also got a composting program at the Aloft, which he has not mentioned to you guys, which I think is incredibly unique in the hotel industry. I think that the focus on branding of Asheville and who we are really fortunate that we have a great brand. There isn't a town anywhere that you would think of, say, Charlotte, Fayetteville, whatever, that a brand doesn't automatically pop into your head. So the brand that we have here is that we have people that care. We have a high rate of volunteerism. We have people that want to see our aesthetics good, our music vibrant. We want to have a vibrant downtown, albeit we do need to work on infrastructure and other issues. But I don't think that this goes on the back of John McKibben and this project alone. So I'm very pleased with the design. I think it's going to be wonderful to have a really vibrant area across from Peck Square. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Mayor, City Council, my name is Kevin Westmoreland. I'm also a local small business owner. My business partner and I own Chestnut Restaurant in downtown and Corner Kitchen in Biltmore Village. And I'm an Asheville native. I've lived in the same house that my family has owned since 1926. I'm one of those families that grew up here. My children went to the same high school I went to. It sounds like a cliche or some story you would make up, but it's not. And I've left Asheville and come back and left Asheville and come back. And I've seen it go through boom and bust and boom again. And I've been downtown when my grandmother and my aunts all worked at the department stores in downtown Asheville, and then the mall opened and we know what happened there, and now we know what we're living with now. And these are pretty exciting times. I look at your strategic plan, and it's good to see that you have one, first of all, and that you're following up on it, second of all, because a lot of people don't do that. But as a child, I played in the my mother worked at the Northwestern Bank. She was a teller in the drive-thru. I played in that drive-thru. I opened the safe in that drive-thru. Don't tell anybody that. They're gone now, right? I have concerns about a lot of the same things some of you have concerns about. I used to ride my bicycle to South Asheville. I would never do that again. Now, I would never do it now. You know, we have traffic, parking, growth in general. We have to watch a lot of what we do. You're going to have a lot of hard decisions over the next couple of years. It's a pretty critical time, I think, in our city's history. I think we believe as business people, we have to get back to the community in all kinds of ways. We have to be socially responsible. I think what I see from this project is Mr. McKibben's trying to be socially responsible. You're going to have a lot of projects that you're going to have to think long and hard about, and you're going to have to turn down or alter or do things that won't make people happy. But this particular project, I don't think, is one of those projects. I've always looked at that building and never been happy with it, even as a 7-year-old child. I mean, in the way it looked. Inside it was great, and I loved going there as a kid, but it's really going to make a huge change to that part of downtown. It's going to make people want to come to that part of downtown, and I hope you see fit to approve it.
Thank you. And I think we had one last person over here. Yes.
Good evening. My name is Liz Barr, and like Kevin, I'm a native. I'm an art consultant, and my company is Art Resources, which is based here in Asheville. I'm speaking to council on behalf of John McKibben and recognizing his proven commitment to the local arts and my support for the McKibben Hotel and condos for the renovation of the BB&T site. I've worked with Mr. McKibben for the last 5 years, and my first hotel project with him was the Asheville A-Loft. In our initial meeting on that project, Mr. McKibben made it very clear that he wanted to use local artists. I was thrilled because I'm a firm believer that if you're going to put a footprint in a community, you need to support that community, and specifically the artists. For the A-Loft, we reviewed approximately 80 local artists over a 2-year period. We narrowed it down to 12 that we commissioned to produce original artwork for the public areas and reproductions for the guest rooms and suites. Mr. McKibben also donated $5,000 each to the Literacy Council of Buncombe County and Asheville's Industries for the Blind after he held a contest to interpret Ken Qatar's Braille work called The Travelers. Since then, we've worked on 2 hotel projects in Little Rock, Arkansas using Little Rock artists, and recently opening the new Greenville, South Carolina Aloft. We worked very closely with the Metropolitan Arts Council. They have 14,000 members of that MAC, of the Arts Council. For 2 years, again, we reviewed the MAC members' work and eventually selected 20 artists to commission original art work for the public areas and reproductions for the guest rooms. The artwork has received great publicity and has made a huge impact on Greenville and in the art community. And I was talking with one of the artists that was included in the project, and this artist, we commissioned him to do 2 pieces. He works 3 jobs, and he takes care of his elderly father. It made a huge difference in his world. So in closing, I'm going to say that the next 2 projects that Mr. McKibben is doing with the AC Hotel, where we've selected 12 local artists and sculptors to commission for site-specific work. Anyway, without a doubt, if anyone can transform the BB&T into a work of art that Asheville can be proud of, it's John McKibben.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, did I miss anyone who didn't have an opportunity to speak on this proposal? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Council, do you all have, after hearing all the comment, do we have any other questions for the applicant or for staff?
I just had a question. Are the windows actually going to be replaced? Somebody mentioned single pane windows. Are the windows going to be replaced, or are they just going to be reglazed, or what happens with that?
The windows, this is Eric Rohn again. The windows will all be replaced with insulated glass. So the whole skin will be replaced, more efficient.
You had a question? No? Okay, go ahead. Comment?
Okay. I think looking at this project is a little bit different than starting a brand-new hotel from ground zero and displacing other things. So I think we have to look at this as an amazing reuse of a not very attractive current building. And I think the design is amazing. This council has recognized that we need to have smart growth. You've asked the PED committee to relook at some of our rules, and we're going to do that immediately. But I don't think it's right to, just in the middle of the ballgame, change the rules without actually voting on it, et cetera. And I think the developer has worked with the existing rules, and I think it's only fair to apply those rules that are in place when they started the project and when they got approvals, et cetera. But I also am really feeling like this is a great start of a conversation to get the change in the TDA funding. Nobody on council thinks it's right what's going on right now, and I think it's amazing that this developer has agreed to start that conversation and get that changed. And I believe that there are leaders in the community and in the tourist business, and so I'm hoping that he can lend all of his weight to this. And I appreciate the fact that Councilman Smith has pushed to have that conversation get started. So for me, I'm going to be supportive of this.
Are there any other questions or statements before someone makes a motion?
I would like to make a statement, a written statement that I would like to read. I want to acknowledge the extent to which Mr. McKibben has compromised and is ultimately presenting a good project. It aims to help local businesses and artists, commits to paying a living wage, though only to full-time employees, which troubles me, and it supports the goal of increasing the funding for affordable housing. However, the majority opinion I have received from my constituents on the issue urges me to vote against it on the grounds of its contribution to the unnecessary growth of the hotel industry at a time when downtown already seems overrun. I promised my constituents that I would listen to them, and on this issue, I want to honor that promise by voting no.
Yeah, just real quick, I don't want to belabor some of these points, but my thinking along this it really breaks down into three categories. The first is around process. For anybody who knows me, you know that I'm a very process-oriented person, and I want to respect the processes that we've set up. And the city has set up processes both around plans and around commissions and boards that consider these things before they get to us. And the boards and commissions that have considered this have made recommendations, virtually unanimous, only one dissenting vote in those, and I think we will not always go with those, but where we disagree with those, I think we need to have really good reasons to do that, and I don't really see that here. The second, the way that I'm thinking about this is around the land use and the smart growth aspects. I don't, again, need to belabor those. They've been talked about enough. I will just add, though, that this kind of mixed-use building in our downtown core, I think actually is the exact kind of building that will reduce traffic, that will allow people to walk and take transit much more than getting in their car and driving around. Certainly that's true for visitors to our town who would otherwise be staying out on Tunnel Road or out on Patton Avenue. They can come and stay, get out of their car, and none of us have to worry about them being on the roads while they're here. The third thing, though, to Gwen's point, is around the tax. And again, to the extent that I've heard from constituents, it's been, please don't approve any other hotels until the tax is changed. And I just want to make a couple of points here, because I am the council's liaison to the Tourism and Development Authority Board, and that was an appointment that I requested specifically to try to address this problem. And there are just a couple of points here. The first is, there is a process. Everybody knows, I think, we don't get to make that choice. We don't get to change that tax. That is a legislative change. As I think Gordon pointed out earlier, we tried that last year. It didn't work. The same people are coming back to Raleigh this year. It's not going to work again this year. We need to do some legwork. We need to do some groundwork. We need to build some broader community consensus around what needs to happen with that money. And then we need to be ready in 2017. So that's where I'm hoping to go on that in my role on that board. And I appreciate the applicant's willingness to support those efforts. The city will need a lot of allies to make this happen. And I'm really not sure the message that it sends to other people, particularly hoteliers, I guess, who would come before us, if we say to the person, one of only two hoteliers that I know of who are supportive of reallocation of this tax in some way, if we say to them, thank you very much, but no thank you. We can't support your project even though you're willing to help us on this. I'm not sure that's the right message that we want to send. We need to be building allies here for this. And then the third thing is, I think, again, everybody knows we have to have a legal basis on which to deny approvals for conditional zonings. And the fact that the tax is not changed is not a legal basis on which we can deny this project. So while I appreciate all of the concern around tourism and the impacts on the city and the growth in that industry and the impact that it does have on wages and all of that, I think on balance, given what I've said and the commitment around living wages, local business, affordable housing, transit, all of that, I agree wholeheartedly with Tim that I think this is an opportunity to set a new bar, and I think that's the message that we have the opportunity to send tonight to other hotel owners who are going to come before us is, we have a new base that we expect you to meet if you're going to do business in this town. So I'll be supporting the project.
As many of you probably know, I've been really critical about the room tax for a long time. What struck me as so extremely odd was that for years the hotel industry told us, oh, we can't increase the room tax because it'll drive away business. And as soon as they overbuilt the number of rooms, they said, oh, we need to raise the room tax to advertise to get more business. I mean, it's whatever argument they want to use at whatever time. They've been really critical of that. But the other side, but that doesn't address this particular project, that addresses the whole idea there, and we do need to find a legislative solution for that. And although I think that the TDA does contribute when they help us build a soccer field or other improvements or the greenways and all, I think there's a level of support for infrastructure that we provide for tourists that ought also to get money. And so I'd really like to see a better distribution of that money. That all said, the main objection I have heard from a lot of constituents to this project is that it's a hotel, given especially the anger among certain people about too many hotels in recent months. But if I look at this project, for all of the reasons that have been talked about tonight, if it were not a hotel and everything else were happening to this building, and it were going to be only local tenants, and it were going to be living wage, albeit for full-time employees, but fixing a building, when I moved here in 1980, I thought it was an eyesore, and it was only 15 years old at that point. I think for all those reasons, the whole city would be cheering for this, except for the hotel question. And I think that it's an amazing project, and I'm going to support it tonight.
Is that a motion?
Sure. I move to approve the Level 3 conditional zoning request for 1 West Pack Square and 11 Patton Avenue from Central Business District to Central Business District Conditional Zone with the submitted conditions, site plan, and elevations, and find that the request is reasonable, is in the public interest, and is consistent with the comprehensive plan and other adopted plans in the following ways. 1, it's a new investment in downtown Asheville, and it's appropriate and encouraged. 2, the proposal will add visual interest to the downtown skyline. Oh, yeah. And 3, public infrastructure is enhanced with new sidewalks and streetscape improvements.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and maybe someone else has a comment to make. I just wanted to add, one of the frustrations for a city council in North Carolina is that we cannot vote to raise the minimum wage in our city. And we can't even vote to put a referendum on the ballot for the voters to decide whether we should have a minimum wage in our city. And during the room tax negotiation, which resulted in an increase of the room tax from 4 cents to 6 cents, and of that, 1% went to 1.5% that goes to what's called the TPDF fund, which the city can apply to for infrastructure projects related to tourism. So typically those turn out to be things like greenways and so on and so forth. I had a very interesting conversation with one of our hoteliers, and this was about a year ago, and I said to him, one of the very important things about this conversation in our city right now is a living wage. And the hotel industry, whether you feel it's deserved or not, it does not always pay a living wage in our city. We know that. And he said to me, well, what is a living wage? And I said, well, it's $12.50 an hour if you don't have benefits, and it's about $11.50 an hour roughly if you do have benefits. And he said, oh no, I could never pay that. And as the conversations around the room tax progressed, I learned that John McKibben was paying a living wage at the Aloft Hotel. And fast forward in that conversation, we had a meeting recently with Mission Hospital and Ron Paulus, the CEO of Mission Hospital, and he said, I'm having a hard time filling what they call the environmental services jobs. These are the cleaning people, because the hotel industry is now competing with the folks I need to fill those jobs. So we're having to pay more for that. And so the only way, not the only way, but one of the ways I know to create pressure to pay better wages is for the city to pay its 1,100 employees a living wage, which we did, done, check. We did that this year. And for folks like John McKibben to lead in the effort to pay employees, because clearly he cares about his people, his community, a living wage. And what is the net result of that? And I think the net result gradually, it is not as effective as a referendum, which I would do tomorrow, but it has a net result of putting pressure on employers in our community to pay better wages. And while we struggle with an affordable housing crisis, I always say we're never going to buy our way out of an affordable housing crisis. That doesn't mean we shouldn't emphasize it and prioritize it, which we do. But we need to see upward wage pressure in this city. And one of the commenters said, don't talk about the national epidemic. It is a national epidemic, but you're right. This is our community, and we need to focus on it. And so I appreciated one of the comments tonight about the McKibben standard. I don't know if John would like that to be the phrase, but I do think that as this council looks at moving towards review of new hotel applications in our city, that we are going to be thinking about that McKibben standard. And it sets a stage for a new way to view the growth that we're experiencing. This council is struggling and grappling with a way to get our arms around it. And this, to me, is one of the tools we might be able to use to do that. So I appreciate your leadership, John, in creating the McKibben standard so that we now have a standard for our community going forward. And anyone who wants to invest millions and millions of dollars into upfitting that eyesore, more power to you. And thank you for the sidewalk improvements and the streetscape improvements. I think that will be a great added amenity to downtown Asheville. And so with that, and for many other reasons, but it's late, I too am going to support this project.
Thanks for that. I think that with Mr. McKibben's declaration of principles here tonight, that we are seeing a new day in Asheville. And your words right now, I think, make a lot of sense for me sitting here. The words struggle and grapple with this kind of explosive growth that we're dealing with. Cecil's words about saying, well, if this weren't a hotel, we would all be jumping up and down for it. And so, John, I really appreciate that you have heard what the people of Asheville are asking for from its industry leaders. And that is a recognition of the importance of paying a living wage and preferring our local businesses and local artists. The fact you threw in a couple things there that surprised me, but your willingness to use the passport program to increase transit usage and decrease traffic. I think that this McKibben standard that's been formed here tonight, with part of that being your willingness to stand and advocate for the people of the city of Asheville in a change to the distribution of this occupancy tax. That is so valuable and so important to everyone sitting at this table. To have you, I know Himanshu Karveer has also stood before this body and committed to that, but you are the first hotelier in my tenure and likely in Asheville city history to stand up here and commit to living wages and commit to local business and put $250,000 towards the trust fund and commit to getting on the side of the people of Asheville with the occupancy tax. So with that, you have won me over, sir, and I will be supporting this tonight.
Any other impassioned speeches? Include myself. All right, okay. We have a motion and a second. Any other questions or comments before we vote? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, do you want a show of hands, Maggie? That's my count.
Yes.
5-2.
Okay, 5-2, yes. All right, thank you. We'll give you all a moment to gather your things and exit. Thank you very much.
Do you want to take it?
Want to run through appointments quickly, and then, we have a closed session?
Well, so you want to take a break?
I'm okay with not taking
I'd rather roll on.
Yeah, I'd rather,
I am
I mean,
too. You sure?
yeah, we're going to keep on going.
Or do you need a break?
If everybody's fine, push through.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord Almighty. Can we do the boards and commission take a break? Formal comment?
Are you boards and commission that have?
No.
Does anyone have to be? Go pee right now.
Pee break.
Pee break. bathroom break if you want to while they're leaving.
That's a good idea.
Okay, we're just going to take a 5-minute recess. Okay.
Don't let anybody but council go.
Back from our break, and I'm handing it over to the Vice Mayor to handle the boards and commissions portion of our agenda.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. We have a lot of these commissions, and we had an amazing number of people that applied, an amazing talent pool, so it was not fun to come up with these recommendations because we would have liked to recommend everybody who applied. But that being said, we can't do that. So on the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, we will need to appoint 3 people, and the Boards and Commissions Committee recommends that we appoint Joe Eckelheimer, and then we interview Barry Bielik, Laura Collins, and Richard Fort. Do I have any, I need a motion or additions?
Can I ask just a process question? So having been on a board and commission and/or commission for the last 6 years, so my question is, do we have recommendations from all of these boards and commissions as to?
Some.
Okay, because I was at the Affordable Housing Committee meeting earlier, or last week, or earlier this week, I can't even remember, and they had not reviewed, they did not make recommendations. Is there any I suggested they do that.
They actually did.
Oh, they did, so that's happened since then. Okay, great.
So some do unsolicited, and some do
Solicited, and
yeah, and some just don't.
some just don't respond. So do
I move to make that appointment and to do those interviews.
And a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Board of Adjustment, we need 1 person. We have a current woman who's an alternate, who is interested and has had good attendance, Christine Longoria, and the Boards and Commissions Committee recommends that Christine Longoria be appointed.
Second? That was a motion?
Discussion? That was, and I'll make that motion. Right. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Asheville-Buncombe County Community Relations Council. So we need one person. At this point, there's Catherine Liss is interested in reappointment. She is interested and has good attendance, and the committee would recommend that we reappoint Catherine Liss. That's the motion.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes. I would just ask that the application of Tanya Huff be forwarded to the county for consideration.
Oh, that's great. And just to make the point, and thanks for reminding me of that, Keith. Tanya Huff has applied for this, and we all felt strongly about that her candidacy was quite strong. Unfortunately, she lives in the county, and we have a history of only appointing people that actually live in the city. So we're going to go ahead and forward that recommendation to the county. And Maggie already has done that.
And she responded, she said that she'd be happy to serve in the county position as well.
Great. Super. So.
That was the only comment
Okay,
I had.
that's just, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thanks. Downtown Commission, we had a lot of people apply for this, which is great. It certainly shows that the community is interested in the downtown. So the committee recommends that we reappoint Dane, and if I mispronounce people's names, correct me, and I'm sorry, Dane Berriger, Brent Campbell, and Pamela Winkler, and that we interview for the 4th open seat Sage Turner, Andrew Fletcher, Mike Marcus, and Francie Sharon. That's a motion.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Okay, Sustainability Advisory Committee on Energy and the Environment. So we've got 2 folks who wanted to be reappointed, and they have, they're interested. One we will discuss attendance with. But the committee would recommend that we reappoint Josh O'Connor and Lawrence Pittman, and that we appoint Jeffrey Habron and, no, we decided appoint. Okay. And appoint Jeffrey Habron and Keith McDade. That's a motion?
Could you repeat that?
Okay, so we would reappoint Josh O'Connor and Lawrence Pittman, and that we would appoint Jeffrey Habron and Keith McDade.
Second.
Any discussion or additions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, great. Fireman's Relief Fund, we need 1 person. The committee recommends that we appoint Alfred Kalahati. I need a second.
Second.
I don't know, did I pronounce it correctly? Okay. So did I get a second? I didn't hear.
Second.
Brian, do I have any discussion? This is a situation where a person was interested in being reappointed, but they've now served with the fund for 8 years, and the committee just felt that maybe that giving someone else a chance to serve on that board would be great, although we really appreciate the previous service. So I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Homeless Initiative Advisory Committee, we have 1 person, we need to fill 1 position. The committee recommends Amy Upham, U-P-H-A-M. That's a motion.
Second.
Any discussion or additions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the Hub Community Economic Development Alliance, we need 1. The committee recommends that we interview Ted Fagura, Mark Collins, and Brooke Brownlow.
And I would like to add Rich Lee to that.
Okay. Okay, so how?
Do you want to bring in Mr. Lee since you all council members?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
We normally try not to appoint people to more than 1 board, and we just appointed Rich to multimodal. And I don't know if the applications came in at the same time and this one was still sitting there on the books. Okay,
So that was why we didn't put him on the slate.
because we just appointed him to multimodal.
But we have had other people serve on more than 1.
Yeah, I mean, I served on both, actually, both of those 2 particular boards.
And that's why we don't do it.
Yeah, right, I know. I messed it up for
That was a problem.
Sorry, Rich, sorry, I know you're watching,
So,
sorry.
Do you want to make a motion, or do you want to amend my motion to add Rich Lee? Okay, so do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, great. So we will, any discussion on that? So the interviewees would be Ted Fagura, Mark Collins, Brooke Brownlow, and Rich Lee. So I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Multimodal Transportation Commission, the board, the committee recommended that we advertise for the transit openings. That's a motion.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Asheville Area Riverfront Redevelopment Commission, we have an opening for a design professional, and the committee would recommend the appointment of Jane Matthews.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Tree Commission, we need one person. The committee recommends that we appoint Carl Nyberg.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Lovely.
Was that the first time you did that?
Yeah, it was.
Well, that was really good. And that was like a record for the number that we had to do.
For council's calendars, those interviews will be in 2 weeks. They'll begin around 3 o'clock, and just as soon as I get all the confirmations, I'll email you out a specific time to put on your calendars. That day will also be finance committee and head,
Yeah.
so it will be a long afternoon, but I will email you all those times as soon as I get these confirmed.
Can we do these interviews in a half an hour before
We
the?
do, they are 8 minutes apiece.
Yeah, it's like speed dating.
It is speed dating.
Okay.
Speed interview. But I do want to say again, we had an amazing number of people who applied, and it's really great, all the community interest. These were very, very hard decisions, and the next round of interviews are going to be even more crazy difficult, but the interest in the community is amazing, and the talent out there is wonderful. So thank you very much.
I would like to add to that most all of those applications that came in, we had quite a flood, came in for committees for which we have immediate vacancies. But there are 30-some committees, so if you're interested in helping the city, look at some of the other ones, because vacancies do come up. So if you're interested in helping, look at, even if it doesn't say there's a vacancy now, there will be in 3 or 4 months. So, don't be shy. Keep volunteering.
And Maggie maintains the applications, even if there isn't a vacancy. So, you could apply tomorrow, and she'll keep that, and so you don't have to kind of keep an eye on which committees or commissions or boards have vacancies.
Okay.
Back to you.
All right, so this brings us to the public comment period. We had one person sign up, but you took that sheet away from me, Maggie, right? Because it's already been covered, or? Oh, you did, okay. Well, I lost it.
It's under there.
I think it was, Tim, I think it was you. Okay, so the way this public comment period works is you have 3 minutes, but you just can't cover an item we already covered. But I know you know the rules, so here you go.
Good evening, once again, City Council. I am Timothy Sadler, and I became aware of an inconsistency, I believe, in the reappointment process. Just kind of unclear on why some terms last longer than others. Rebecca Hecht had, I think, expressed interest in staying on the Downtown Commission, and I think her term had ended, and there are other members that stay on longer, or?
I talked with Rebecca about that. The problem is that the other person that came on when she did, that person was filling an unexpired term, and so I'll be happy to talk with you later about that, but I did talk with Rebecca, and she understands, as I did with staff. She had filled 2 full terms. Her appointment term was delayed 3 months, but council doesn't appoint another 3 years just because they delayed an appointment for 3 months.
Thank you for that clarification. And the other thing I wanted to touch on is reappointments of appointments. And, I know that, for instance, the Downtown Commission recommended that all 3 of the reappointees be reappointed, but I'm I'm wondering if it might be something to consider when there are such, exceptional people at this particular moment, if there could, if council could consider looking at maybe not reappointing someone based on, I watch a lot of these meetings, and some people just don't make contributions. And so you end up with people that are, just kind of up there, and you have, people that have tremendous energy and really could add a new voice to a commission. So I would ask that, it be something to be considered to not just rubber stamp reappointments. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Andrew Fletcher again. I came to City Hall at 4 o'clock out of extra diligence to go to the Downtown Commission, the Boards and Commissions meeting, only to find out that it had been rescheduled without public notice. And I want to just encourage the city staff to do a very good job, because people who are like me, who are just beginning to be interested in government, it's very easy to discourage us by poor information. And so I would just ask that we have accurate information for all of our public meetings on the website. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Andrew.
Anyone else? This is the public comment period, yes.
Good evening. I guess it was an endurance test once more. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of City Council, city staff, members of the public. My name is Inge Dore. Oh, I need to ask for being allowed to speak a little longer, and for some of our supporters to relinquish their speaking time, or am I allowed to?
You got to stay right here because there's a
In the mic.
camera on you.
Right. Anyone here who is not going to speak on
This is a request for folks to yield their time to the speaker. Yes. Is there anyone else? Yes. And three, yep, okay. Yes, you're yielding your time. Yes, that's fine. You have up to 10 minutes. Yes.
Okay. I don't need that much, I hope. So my name is Inge Dore. As representatives of our organization, the Ravenscroft Reserve Initiative, also known as Collier Avenue Wood Preservation Initiative, we have been working on preserving the small urban forest located on 11 Collier Avenue since the owners, Matt and Mark Maynard, and Matt is here, proposed to build an apartment complex on the lot involving the removal of the entire forest. When approached regarding our preservation initiative, the owners reacted favorably multiple times to help in the effort. Last November, we convened a meeting with Mayor Mannheimer, 2 council members, the city manager, the 11 Collier owners, and us. In that meeting, we hammered out a plan by which the city would consider trading a property for the forest under the condition that 2/3 of the value of the property the city would give up be raised by the community. At the ensuing PED meeting on December 15th, where a preliminary approval was to move the deal forward to the full council's vote today, it turned out that the selected property had a deed restriction on it that could not be expected to be removed within an acceptable time frame, and that, ironically, the restriction was that the property be used for a park. The Collier Wood owners graciously agreed to look at other property the city would offer, and have since selected 3335 Page Avenue. We jointly updated our proposal to council and submitted it Thursday within the timeline, only to be informed that the item had been removed from today's council meeting agenda. We are therefore here to present to you our updated proposal for a preliminary vote during this public comments section. We ask for City Council's approval of the following framework for preserving the Collier Avenue wood in its natural state. Your approval today will set a signal to all parties involved that another postponement for further fact-checking and negotiations of details is worth the time and effort, and that there is a chance for finding and then implementing a solution that is both reasonable and practical for all parties. Contingent upon approval of this framework today and successful subsequent working out of all details, we will present a final proposal to Council on February 23rd for an up or down vote. The current owners of the wood, Matt and Mark Maynard, propose a land swap of the Collier Avenue tract for 3335 Page Avenue, subject to the following conditions. 1, the Maynards will receive fee simple title to Page in exchange for relinquishing ownership of 11 Collier to the city. This transfer will happen no later than April 1st, 2016, subject to appraisals of both parcels to each party's satisfaction. 2, the adjoining city-owned parking lot will be restricted to public park without vertical structures other than vegetation. 3, the Maynards will donate $100,000 towards the creation of the adjoining park. 4, the Maynards will allow the city to explore plans for development of the park for a period of 9 months from the transfer of title. These plans can include ideas that may move the Page boundary and change its use. These ideas must be mutually agreed to by the city and the owners of 3335 Page, the Maynards. It is expressly agreed upon that should city and Maynards not agree to a plan, the Maynards have the right to build on 3335 Page Avenue based upon zoning and all other restrictions enforced on December 31st, 2015. These rights will not be unreasonably withheld and will be consistent with previous approvals of similarly zoned properties. 5, the Maynards agreed to restrict Page to not be used as a hotel. 6, the Maynards agree that 20% of residential units of their development on this property will be classified as affordable housing. This proposal provides a unifying solution to preserve the Collier Avenue wood, while also assisting with the creation of open space in front of the St. Lawrence Basilica. With this outcome in mind, we are willing to raise funds to help facilitate the property swap, subject to the following terms. A, we commit to raising a mutually agreed upon amount of funds that is proportionate to the appraised value of the land of 3335 Page Avenue, excluding any residual value of the condemned building within a time frame that is commensurate with the total amount to be raised and with the funding timelines of any suitable grants. B, the exact amount to be raised from non-city sources and the fundraising timeframe are to be finalized with city representatives in time for the submission of our final proposal, currently anticipated for February 18th, 2016. C, in support of the financing of the property swap, we suggest that the city agree to applying for suitable grants. Any funds received through such grants will be counted towards the remuneration the city may require. D, members of Ravenscroft Reserve Initiative offer their assistance with such grant applications. E, fundraising will be complementary to but separate from that for the Haywood Street property south of the Basilica, as agreed upon by leaders of the two initiatives this past weekend. F, for maintenance of the Collier Avenue wood, the city will place 50% of the funds raised into a trust fund. G, no later than the completion of the fundraising, a permanent deed restriction will be placed onto the forested property that guarantees that the parcel will be preserved in its natural state in perpetuity. We have tried to facilitate the idea with a plan for the forest preservation. By agreeing today to give your support for continued negotiations within this framework, you enable us to move this plan further along. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak that hasn't yielded their time?
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, and members of the remaining public, I wanted to speak briefly here in support of this proposal that the Maynards have so graciously made. I wanted to remind you that we are talking about trying to save not just any set of trees, but trees that in some ways define the skyline and the green space of the South Slope neighborhood. Many people do not know exactly where this property is, but that's no surprise because not even Google knows. However, all the birds that sit in these trees, they know very well where it is. And they're also located on the remnants of the former campus of the Ravenscroft School, which has been designated a National Historic Landmark. The trees have been defined as being at least 80 to 100 years old. There are photos that render them perhaps even older, which puts them from the era of Asheville's past thriving development. And we have been interested in trying to preserve these trees and have found Matt and Mark Maynard to be extremely willing and accommodating and trying to find a solution. And it comes down to really having a great opportunity with this new proposal of preserving both the forest and perhaps helping the discussion regarding the properties in front of the St. Lawrence Basilica. The Maynards are also offering to donate $100,000 towards the development of a park in that area, and are offering to put 20% of affordable housing into the new building, while their current previously proposed building on the Collier Avenue Wood property does not have any affordable housing included. They're also offering time for the public to comment on the design of the building, and therefore giving the community a say in what it might look like. And you have a community of 1,175 signatories to our petition, and many organizations that would like to support this effort. And now we ask you to let us know, would you be willing to discuss not fundraising all amounts by April 1st, but discussing alternatives so that we can all work together to make this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you please state your name for the record so the clerk can?
I'm sorry. I'm Imke Dura, a resident of downtown Asheville.
Okay, is there anyone else wishing to speak during the public comment period? Bob, were you making a gesture? No, you're saying no. Okay. All right. Anyone else? Then I will conclude the public comment period, and that concludes our agenda. If there are any other items anyone wants to discuss, news and announcements?
Well, I do feel like there's a hanging chad out here, so to speak, with the Collier Woods property, and I don't know, I think what's being asked of us is some sense, not a vote, but a head nod about whether this deal, proposed framework for a deal anyway, makes sense going forward. I don't have a sense about people's willingness to indicate that tonight. My personal feeling, and I've spent a fair amount of time with the Duras, and I wish, like all get out, we could figure out the path to make this work. It's not, the path is not completely clear to me, but just, I guess maybe for the record, I would be, at this point, I would love it if there could be a little more time for city staff to look at this, to look at this deal and see if it makes any sense and if there's any way to make it move forward, allow it to move forward. So.
I think the forest to conserve it is a great idea, but I do think that we have to recognize that if we were to agree to fund this project by way of cash or by way of swapping land, other projects that have gone through a more formal process, have been agreed to by the Greenway committees, have been subject to our budget process, have been on our CIP, would have to be bumped. So we need to recognize that. And then the other piece of it is, from the very beginning, this council said if we were going to get involved with this project, that there needed to be a significant private investment into this. And I am uncomfortable with agreeing to be the first one in, i.e. swapping property before I actually see the other fundraising. And so I just, at this point, I'm uncomfortable unless devoting more staff time to this, looking at it with some of these pretty big hurdles that apparently are the only way to move forward. So I just am looking at the staff has spent a lot of time on this, council members have spent a lot of time on this, and I'm not 100% convinced that there's a path to go forward, and I don't want to allocate time to it unless we see something a little more clear.
It seems to me that that one hinge point there is a deadline being imposed by the developer, of the April 1st deadline. And understandably, since they have money invested and they want to move ahead with projects, I get why that's the case, but that certainly constrains the idea of private fundraising. I mean, it is unlikely, whatever the number is, if it's in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, that private donors are going to come up with it by April 1st. I mean, that's the kind of project that takes sometimes years to come up with. So that's a real, I mean, and if that's the make or break date, I don't see how we can do it. On the flip side of that, I could see, I don't know that the city has to have the money immediately. It doesn't bump other projects if we don't spend anything if we don't do anything to the Collier Street property. It could sit there for 10 years like the property in front of the Basilica has sat there for over 10 years doing nothing. So, I mean, it could sit there for 10 years and then make a park there. I mean, that isn't an expense to the city.
I mean, I think that you're right on this side, and I think cause is undoubtedly worthy. The problem with this challenge for us is we are asked by different neighborhoods. We've been asked by Kenilworth, West Asheville, come to mind, where a developer or somebody buys a piece of undeveloped property. It often has trees on it. And the neighborhood comes forward and says, could you buy this land and make it a park, city of Asheville? Or could you, in this case, the question is, could you swap land? So you're not actually having to write a check But this is still taxpayer assets, taxpayer money. And I really worry about us, what I've appreciated about our system in Asheville is that we have been very good about planning. We have a Parks Master Plan. We're doing the Klingman Forest Greenway not too far from here. We have the Aston Park and Aston Park tennis courts, which are, significant subsidy. We're doing the Bowcatcher Mountain Greenway, which is on the other side of this property. And so there's a lot of park and park preservation, tree preservation in the pipeline that is to benefit the community. And, I think, each one of these asks of us is valid and has its own merits. And there's no doubt about that. But we're not in a financial position to be able to leverage each of these. I mean, we have an affordable housing crisis. We are having a conversation about land banking for affordable housing. And so, we need to be deliberate in how we use our resources and the assets that we have on the books. So I have a difficult time understanding as a steward of the taxpayers and the taxpayer money and assets, how we could seize upon this one opportunity this time in this situation, which would, clearly benefit the folks living there and living in the building that you live in adjacent to this site. Because the next one is going to be just as valid. And the last one made sense and was valid. But I think we've got to be careful to not be pulled off course. We have commission members that have dedicated time to our park planning. We have, sound investment and financial decisions we're trying to make. So I think we've done a good job of being very deliberate along the way. And while this is extremely compelling, and there are going to be moments where we veer from our plans. I don't know that this is it. And I don't know that we can sync up the timing and for a myriad of reasons. So I don't want in any way to sound like someone who doesn't think that preservation is a valid concept. I just think this situation poses too great of a challenge for us as a city and would take us too far off course. That's my 2 cents about it. But I appreciate all the time and the work and the effort you all have put into it.
Yeah, I don't know, I don't know if anybody else wants to say anything, but maybe a closing word. I agree with all of that. It is a real challenge. I said earlier tonight, I am a process person, and this has happened outside of all of that process, so I understand that, and in the work that I do and in the conversations I've had with people who do land conservation for a living, the general understanding and consensus is once this land if this land were to come into public ownership, fundraising for it would be extraordinarily difficult, if not impossible, to protect the city's assets, the taxpayer assets. So again, as we've talked about, it's just a very high mountain. It is a challenge. Part of the problem, obviously, is the deadline that the developers have set, but I don't want that to sound as a criticism of the Maynards. They have been incredibly generous in even entering into this conversation, and if we have proven too much of a challenge, I'm sorry that we've done that. You've been very patient, and you've played the game really well, and we appreciate that generosity. I want to say the same thing to Inga and Imka Dura. You all are the epitome of the citizen activists that in this town, and it's one of the reasons I love this town. And I appreciate all the work that you have done on it, and I'm sorry that this if this is the end.
And, we should probably just keep going because we're having so much good time here tonight.
So much fun, right,
With a long meeting. Does anyone else have a
The
comment?
lottery's up to 1.5 billion,
Yeah. If we
then-
win that, we're going to do a lot of stuff. And the State of the Union is underway. So with that, we've had some discussion, but we have had no action on this, and I don't think we're taking any tonight.
And so staff should not work on it.
Yeah, there's no direction to staff to continue working on it.
Need to read the closed session.
And we're going into a
Oh,
closed
that's right.
session, okay.
Good.
So, never mind.
All right. I move that the Asheville City Council go into closed session for the following reasons. Number one, to prevent disclosure of information that is privileged and confidential pursuant to the laws of North Carolina or not considered a public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 the general statutes. The law that makes the information privileged and confidential is North Carolina General Statute 143-318.10A3. The statutory authorization is contained in North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A1. Number 2, to consult with an attorney employed by the city about matters with respect which the attorney-client privilege between the city and its attorney must be preserved. Statutory authorization is contained in North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A3.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.